Terrific from Mohamed Wasim. These 3 games.
Side. Oh, Santner gets that. He gets plenty of it. Plenty indeed. And Harris Ralph, you can breathe easy. Just the one. Just the one. And that is fantastic.
Showed the other day against Bangladesh that he can hit long balls, and Pakistan will be needing that.
Swung away, a little bit of aggression early on. It's worked out in Abdullah Shafiq's favour as well. First boundary for Pakistan. And the Netherlands out of the equator. A little swing that time.
Yeah, plenty of swing.
Goes up. Williamson going back. Williamson going back. What a catch that is from Kane Williamson. Gee, he's got hands. That is one of the catches of the tournament so far. Thumb. An early wicket has brought Babar Azam. Shot 4. Wide again.
Yeah, you give him room.
And there's that swing to the leg side. He picked up the length quickly and punished it. Now this one will be 6 all the way, drifting onto the pads. And that's a big one, top tier as well.
Well, Fakhar has decided that he's coming straight at him. This is short and pulled away nicely. This will make him feel good. This might not go to the boundary, but he'll fetch. Oh, he didn't run.
Up against England, who prop the table up at the moment. Oh, that won't help his mood either. That's another half a dozen. Over mid-wicket. Fakhar starting to find some risk.
Up his sleeve as well. Each ball. 4. Outside edge. We saw Kane Williamson do that. Now, the Pakistani captain returned.
Right throughout this innings. Santner. Big shot, 6. Pick the length early. This is good from Babar Azam. And this partnership needs to... Oh, what a good shot that is. Great piece of timing. They want to control the left-hander on his pads, and this was beautifully struck. Has gone up in the air. Chance not to be. Just flies over that fielder at square leg. It was hard. Well, he's got the option right, Fakhar Zaman. This time, it's a straight 6 over long on. What great back. Plays the cut shot, plays it brilliantly. What a good shot that is. 50 comes up for Fakhar Zaman. Really has been one great innings to watch. 50. Big shot, that's gone and almost hits our screen here. Goes big again, it's flat and 6 again. You beauty. Tremendous striking from the left-hander. What a...
Spinner.
Oh, he's got him. He's got him big. That's top-tier stuff again. He is clubbing it. I mean, just absolutely. 4 more. Behind point. 3 glorious shots. Forcing Phillips. Force Dalby back. Just far enough. Santner's a tool man, and just for a second he thought he was in business, and so did Saudi, but... Oh, that's gone miles. Absolutely gone miles. And Fakhar Zaman with that gets the 99. Works it away behind point, and that is something absolutely sensational. New Zealand, they're on the ropes. Sweep for 4. That is so clever. He had to fetch that from wide and hit it a long way behind square. Oh, he's missed time one.
He's not hitting the full tosses too well. The second time, he hasn't nailed a ball. Yeah, we just saw Shower come.
तेरी वजह से बेचारे बबीता जी डर गए। क्या चाहिए तुझे? क्यों हिल रहा है तू इतना?
बड़े बोल दे मित्ਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਮਾਮੇ ਢੋਲ ਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਰੋਲ ਦੇ ਰਲਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੇਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੇਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਮੈਂ ਭਰ ਕੇ ਕਲਿੱਪ ਡਿੱਕੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਟੂਲੀਆਂ ਤੋਂ ਦੇਖ ਕੇ ਚੱਕੀ ਤੂੰ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੱਥਰੇ ਅਸੂਲ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੜਿਆ ਪੜਾਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੜਦੇ ਸਕੂਲ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਨੇ ਤੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਰੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਚਮਕ ਸਿੱਕਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਗੈਂਗ ਕੈਲੀ ਨੀ ਤੇ ਬੂਥਾ ਥਾਣੀ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਨਾਮ ਟੈਲੀ ਨੀ ਉਹ ਦੇਖ ਟੈਲੀਵਿਜ਼ਨ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਫੈਲੀ ਨੀ ਉਹ ਚੰਗੀ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈ ਗਿਆ ਏ ਸ਼ੋਰ ਐਵੇਂ ਕਾਕਾ ਪਰਖੀ ਨਾ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ ਦਾ ਜੋਰ ਨੀ ਗੱਭਰੂ ਦੀ ਬੜਕ ਤੇ ਕੰਬਦਾ ਫਲੋਰ ਪਹਿਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਸੀ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋਰ ਹੈ ਬੜੇ ਬੋਲ ਦੇ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਮਾਮੇ ਟੋਲ ਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਰੋਲ ਦੇ ਰਲਦੇ ਨਾ ਪੇਸ ਸਾਡੇ ਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਨਾ ਫੇਸ ਹੁਣ ਭਾਲਦੀ ਆ ਫੇਮ ਤੇਰੀ ਮੂਵੀ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਜਲਦੀ ਚਵਲ ਜਨਾਨੀ ਭੌਂਕੇ ਨੈਟ ਉੱਤੇ ਗਲਦੀ ਨੀ ਫੜ ਲੀਡਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਹੱਥ ਫਿਰੇ ਜਲਦੀ ਨੀ ਫਿਰ ਵੀ ਨਾ ਜਲਦੀ ਤੂੰ ਫੇਰ ਵੀ ਨੀ ਅੱਖ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਛੱਡੇ ਨਾ ਕੱਖ ਦਾ ਲੰਡੂਆਂ ਦੀ ਕਿੱਕਲੀ ਪਵਾਈ ਰੱਖਦਾ ਨੀ ਮੁਫਤ ਚ ਕਰਦਾ ਇਲਾਜ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਦਾ ਨੀ ਵੈਸੇ ਸਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਮਿੰਟ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਉਹ ਬਾਉਂਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਮਿੱਤਰਾਂ ਦੇ ਚੈੱਕ ਨੀ ਉੱਚੀ ਉੱਚੀ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਆ ਲੱਗੇ ਡੱਕ ਨੀ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੋਹਾਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਲੱਗੀ ਲਾਈਨ ਕਰੀ ਜੈਕ ਨੀ ਆ ਜੋਰ ਲਾ ਲੋ ਝੁਕਦੀ ਕਦੇ ਵੀ ਨੈਕ ਨੀ ਬੜੇ ਬੋਲ ਦੇ
order to turn this plastic waste into building materials, we have to focus on the lowest grade
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, 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 mic check, 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 hello.
Settle down, please. Everybody will be starting shortly. Guys, if we could please settle down, we'll be starting in a minute. Assalamu alaikum. Esteemed guests, respectable speakers, and audience, I am architect Shajia Naveed and I will be your host for the evening. And I welcome you all on behalf of Institute of Architects Pakistan, Rawalpindi-Islamabad chapter to the second and final session of the IAPEX 2024 forum. We will commence today's proceedings with the recitation of the Holy Quran. 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 Quran.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل أعوذ برب الناس ملك الناس إله الناس من شر الوسواس الخناس الذي يوسوس في صدور الناس من الجنة والناس.
Dear guests, I would like to request you all to please rise for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here today at the IAPEX 2024 forum, the goal of which is to recenter discussions of sustainability on the global south, specifically in the context of Pakistan, and reinterpret the notion of sustainable solutions and criteria for sustainable design for the context of Pakistan. Yesterday, we had some lovely discourse during the forum's first session, which was titled The Identity of Sustainability. And we talked about sustainability framed through the discussions on various approaches to sustainability, vernacular architecture, materialism, post-humanism, and policy making. Our keynote speaker, architect Yasmin Lari, talked about redefining the definitions of sustainability through the context of heritage and culture and materialism, whereas our other speakers, who included architect Shazia Qureshi, Manal Abdullah, and Mansoor Ahmed, talked about policy, preserving nature, and new approaches to sustainable design. The unique frameworks presented at IAPEX 2024 Forum Session 1 drove both students and professionals to reinterpret their understanding of the subject. Today, we hope to continue this enthusiastic discourse and exchange of ideas in the second forum session, titled Sustainable Practices. This session will delve into practical aspects that shape sustainable practices in the field of architecture and beyond. We will explore the application of design considerations, technologies, techniques, and materials. New criteria for renovation, restoration, conservation, adaptive reuse, and new builds must be explored and developed to apply to the local context. The objective is to discover, learn from, and be inspired by those who have experienced the making and experiencing of sustainable design. We will explore topics such as eco-friendly materials and technologies, sustainable building techniques and methodologies, and climate-sensitive, adaptive, and resilient architecture. Before we begin, we have a brief video message by our wonderful sponsor, Linea Decor. Sponsor message. Okay, we'll proceed with the sponsor message later. Next, I would like to call upon Chairman Institute of Architects Pakistan, Architect Rawalpindi-Islamabad chapter, Architect Abdullah Khan, to the stage to share his notes on the forum with us.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Esteemed members of the National Council, thank you for your participation in today's event. Architect Zulfikar Ali Khan, thank you for your support. I would like to thank the organizing committee of IPEX under the leadership of convener IPEX, Mr. Fawad Abbasi. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank co-convener IPEX, Architect Ukasha Nauman, for his dedication and for bringing to you what you have witnessed yesterday, today, and hopefully tomorrow, inshallah. Today, we are going to be talking about the practical side of sustainability. And I won't be taking a lot of your time. I would just like to thank you all for coming, and over to you, Shajia. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the lovely words. Next up, I would like to introduce to you our chief guest of the evening. Sir Kaisar Khan Khattak is the DG Environment. Sir, please, if you could come up to the stage and share your thoughts with us. Then we will proceed with the sponsorship message if it's available. Linea Decor. We're having some, I think, technical difficulties at the back, so I'll introduce our next and first speaker for the evening for IAPEX Forum 2024. Architect Dabir Himani is an architect based in Karachi, leading an architectural design studio and co-founder at a social enterprise producing low-carbon building materials. His work at Open Door Design Studio revolves around making built spaces more human-centric and experientially rich, while Concept Loop aims to redirect low-value plastic waste from the environment into sustainable building materials. He enjoys being at the intersection of design, sustainability, and technology with Build, Measure, Learn, Evolve approach. His talk is titled Building a Sustainable Future, Design, Innovation, and Social Impact. Architect Dabir, if we could have you on stage, it would be an honor.
Right, thank you so much. Thank you, IAP, for giving us this platform.
I just want to start this conversation with this number, 1988. Now, 1988 is a number that I want you guys to remember. It has two parts of it. The first is a story that's personal to me, is the year I was born in. So now you guys know how old I am. And the last part is not the most beautiful one. And we'll come to it towards the end of the presentation. So, like the host actually very graciously introduced me, I wear two hats. I am a practicing architect leading a Karachi-based design studio. And this is how my days look like, very similar to yours. And while all these projects that we are part of and we're designing, we keep questioning ourselves with different things. Can we do something to tackle the bigger problems that are surrounding us, both in the environment and in the society? And these are essentially the problems that probably everyone in this hall has at some point discussed, thought of, and tried to somehow mitigate from their work and their conversations. We got a chance. It was 2019. We were part of a group of people who were designing, who were asked to design a children's pavilion for the environment with the Dawood Foundation. This was at Shehr-e-Fun 2019. And we were like, okay, let's experiment with having plastic bottles, which are waste, as a roofing material. So we went out and we worked with a fair bit of schools. So we came to them and said, hame 22,000 botle chahiye, because that was the two aisles that we were thinking of. And we'll be like, let's see how much time does it take, because we were short of time. Now we were shocked, because it was less than 2 days with 2 schools. We collected 22,000 bottles. And then when we installed it on the roof, we had a understanding that, hey, is waste really just waste? And that led us to do a lot of experiments, a lot of reading. And again, that was just after COVID time. So we all had a lot of time sitting in our homes and thinking about things that we probably would never do otherwise. And these are some of the earlier kind of, I don't think, yeah. Never mind. So these are some of the earlier products that we look at that. We looked at, can we use plastic waste as building material on a table, as pavers, and we got together a lot of people. I am really grateful to IAP Karachi chapter and a lot of people who were my teachers and mentors who took out time, came together, gave us advice, we kept iterating. And then we actually thought that this problem is way bigger than we actually think. So essentially, हम इतने खूबसूरती से जो कचरा डस्टबिन में डाल के खुश हो जाते हैं, but actually that's where the journey of the waste actually starts. And these are the numbers that are mind-boggling. But then again, these big fancy numbers we keep hearing in news and everywhere else. So let's see how big the plastic problem really is in Pakistan. So I'm sure everyone in this room has either seen or been to Burj Khalifa. This is how small it looks next to K2. And this is the amount of plastic waste that was generated by Pakistan. Not that small anymore. And the irony is that only 20% is only recycled. And then with my years of understanding as an architect, working with concrete and cement on multiple scales, we understood that concrete and cement is actually one of the top contributors to building material-based emissions, 8% to be exact. And it's actually the second most used material after water. So then we had an awakening. We were like, can we use one problem to solve the other problem? Which is, can we use waste as a building material, which goes into one of the most highest emission products that we have around? So then we got to work. 2 years of lots of research. We got a lot of people in our team, from architects to their PhD scholars, from University of Arizona teams, all over the world. And we came up with this process that is now being in process of being patented in the UK. So essentially, you take the post-consumer and post-industrial waste, you pre-process it, and you convert it into an aggregate, which we are calling eco-grete. Now, this aggregate has 7 additive minerals that are part of the IP that we are following. And after post-processing, it becomes a building material. That sounds too good to be true. So let's actually see how the mechanics actually work. So this is that chips wrapper I had when I was probably enjoying my movie last week. And after using it for less than 3 minutes, it becomes part of the waste stream. So this is where our solution kicks in. We collect it, we shred it, and we convert it into eco-grete using the proprietary technology that we have. And then it's used into any non-structural concrete product, including pavers, blocks, tiles, and other precast materials. So this is how that low-value waste looks. Again, mixed up. You can see chips wrappers, polythene bags, our personal favorite, biscuit wrappers, and this is how the aggregate looks like. So I'm very happy to share here that this is all developed in Pakistan by mostly Pakistani teams in different parts of the world. And all of these 3 products are installed, and more than a year has passed, and they are being used on a daily basis. Again, I'm sure in everyone's mind, just like ours is, इसकी PSI strength कितनी है? क्या ये fire rated है? ये तो plastic है, ये तो जल जाएगा, पिघल जाएगा. So we, again, years of experiments and advice and working, we're very happy to share that our pavers have a compressive strength that starts from 4,000 PSI and goes all the way to 7,000. Our blocks start from 600 and actually have achieved a strength of 900 also. So again, the best part about these are because of carbon emissions are low, the weight is also low because we are reducing the cement and aggregate weight. So essentially every truck that goes from your producer to the site has more number of blocks. So again, the carbon emission number goes down substantially. And this can actually be replicated anywhere. You have brick, or you have these jali blocks, precast furniture, precast boundary walls. And again, I'm standing here because we did, and my team rather did a lot of work to make sure that we are listed in the Pakistan Green Building Council's directory. We have approval from Sindh Environment Protection Agency because we are in Karachi, which is part of the EPA. We have a lot of we got a lot of due diligence from the AKDN Foundation. Its ARMA, Accelerate Prosperity, has invested in us. Marine Petroleum team did a lot of due diligence. And again, Minard International, who are representing Shell Pakistan, helped us to make sure that all the certifications were required, were taken care of. And right now, we are in process of certifying the products for ASTM and British standards. And now, lab tests and academic work is something that we got a lot of support from. But really, as architects, and again, I know everyone in this room really understand the material के लग के कैसा लग रहा है, कितना time लग गया है, क्या abrasion हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा. So these are the questions I was also asking myself. So this is one of the first projects we did, and again, Minard International really helped us with during this process. And this is a fuel station in Karachi, very close to IAP House actually, just on the Bilawal House roundabout for people who know Karachi. And this is Korangi. This is Artistic Millionaires. They also applied to the National University, Textile University, and got an award for using this. It's actually happening in Faisalabad over the next weekend. So this is their parking lot. Mondelez, Pakistan, again, one of the suppliers of dairy milk, tank, so they have used it. Marine Petroleum are using this in Dharki. Again, Artistic, one other location. PepsiCo Farms, this is again in Lahore, close to where we are. Some other projects. And these are one of the few bigger projects that are happening right now. This one is in Hatar. This is a biscuit factory. Approximately 50,000 square feet of material is being laid right now. And this is a residential house that's coming up in Karachi. This actually is, again, part of our own practice. And this is a block that we are extending our studio, and we are using our own blocks. So I'm super confident that it won't fall on our heads, and that's why we're going to sit in there. And these are all the people who have, in some way or the other, really supported this journey. They have supported in terms of their advice. Some of them are clients. Some of them have just been there to tell us how to open the door, or actually which door to open. And globally and locally, we've been really grateful for the support. Karandaz, a UK entity, has invested in us, so it accelerated prosperity. We recently won an award for replicating the same solution in the GCC market with World XM Sustainability Award. Yeah. And these numbers are what I stand here today very proudly, that in the last 6 months, we have offsetted more than 300 tons of low-value plastic waste. And to give you an idea, that equates to around 210 million chips wrappers. So that's a big number. And in the process, we have offsetted 510 tons of carbon emissions. And thank you. And before we actually talk about other things, let's just see what difference does it make. If we don't do this, how does it work? So normally the biscuit chips wrapper I had, it will be put into a bin because I like to feel that I'm a responsible person. Again, it will be collected or mismanaged. So we have 4 tarike globally. So it's either incinerated and co-burning as RDF, it's put in landfill. Our personal favorite is we like to open burn low value waste a lot, or it just worst case scenario goes into the ocean. And how we help? We rescue and redirect the plastic waste. It becomes part of the building materials. Then it becomes part of the building. And a building life approximately has like between 30 to 50 years. And after that, it becomes part of the building debris. And there's a very commercialized building technology that takes concrete debris and converts it into, again, a building material. So again, this building material, because it's hybrid, it is part of concrete already, it's coated with minerals that stop it from leaking microplastic. It becomes circular, as it could be recycled again and again. And I stand here in front of all of you for first showing a lot of gratitude, but also because we know that we're not going to do this ourselves. We're very sure of that. But we want to learn and explore how can we make our carbon footprint, our architecture, more low carbon, working with people like you. We want to make sure that we continue to develop our R&D to ensure that the cement content that we are offsetting increases over time. And we are very sure with the right kind of support in terms of global research, we are going to reach there. And most importantly, we have been speaking to a lot of people who want to take this technology, and we don't want to gatekeep it. We want to make sure that waste is a local problem. So let's have a local solution for it. So we are working on a hyper-local model where outside every metropolis, you could have a facility like this where you could just process the material that is being disposed of and then actually goes back into the same urban center and is actually used as building materials. Because again, plastic and concrete are something that probably feel the same when you even take it to the moon, so let alone in different parts of the world. Now, towards the end of the presentation, I want to come back to 1988, the number. So 1988 are the number of garbage trucks that will dump plastic waste into the oceans from the number of hours IPEX, we are standing here right now, has started and ended. Every minute, one garbage truck equivalent of waste is being dumped in the oceans. And we all need to do something about it. Thank you so much.
गंदगी तो है, हमें को पता है गंदगी है, असल में इसको की जाए इस्तेमाल करवाया।
Plastic doesn't decompose. Because of this, any plastic that was produced in 1930 still exists out there.
In order to turn this plastic waste into building materials, we have to focus on the lowest grade and the biggest problem of plastic waste that exists, which essentially is the multi-layered packaging. We partner with industries, businesses, waste managers, and the Kabari system take the low-value plastic waste from their sources. Once we have this plastic waste, we clean it and process it through our locally designed, locally developed, indigenous, proprietary technology. And we have, on the other side, these materials that are ready to be used as building products.
Sustainability and circularity are two words that are really important to me and Dabir both. And that's what inspired us to use this name Concept Loop. So we wanted to use whatever is not being used right now, make it more usable in the longer run for our environment, for our nature, for our future generations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Architect Dabir, for a very informative speech. Next up, I would like to introduce our next two speakers for the evening. Architect Ufuk and Architect Haris. Before we proceed, we have our sponsor video by Linear Decor, I believe. Okay, it's not playing, so I'll move on. Our two speakers up next are Architect Haris Waheed and Architect Ufuk Shahid. Architect Ufuk Shahid is a multifaceted individual whose talents span architecture, design, art, and research. As a designer, she expresses profound concepts through various mediums. Her dedication to research pushes the boundaries of knowledge, driving forward progress in her fields of interest. At the prestigious Institute for Art and Culture, she shares her experience as an instructor, nurturing the next generation of creative minds. And Architect Haris Waheed is a versatile professional, adept as both an architect and project manager. Specializing in sustainable development, he employs a critical approach to design, integrating manifold perspectives to create innovative solutions. With a focus on sustainability, Haris brings holistic approaches to his projects, ensuring environmental responsibility, functionality, and aesthetics, which are all seamlessly integrated. Their talk for today is titled A Comprehensive Review of Steel, Cement, and Aluminum. If I could please ask the respected speakers to come up on stage and share their talk with us. Please give them a big round of applause.
Assalamu alaikum. This is Architect Haris Waheed, and they've already introduced me much better. So basically, I've been practicing here in Lahore since last couple of years, and I've done my bachelor's and master's from Lahore. So basically, my primary goal is to create attractive and affordable, and I've been working, researching on the sustainable projects and sustainability methods, that how we can introduce them. So my co-presenter is Architect Ufuk Shahid. Ufuk, can you please? So she's basically instructor in the IAC Institute of Arts and Culture Design and graduated from Lahore College of Women University, and she's been teaching since then. So today I'm not going to bore you all about the carbon footprint and all. Everybody's been talking about that, but I'm going to go into a different direction, a different idea that I'd like to present. Everybody knows here, obviously, that the carbon footprint and the concrete fix adding to the carbon footprint, and all the construction industry that adds into it. So how sustainability can be achieved? Can it be achieved just by making sustainable products? Can it be achieved just by using sustainable methods? Or do we need to do something else to achieve the ultimate sustainable methods? So today I'll be talking about how the project managers use the sustainability methods in the construction industry. So basically the project manager's role is really important in our industry. Architects themselves use a lot of ideas and innovations to create the sustainable developments. But whether the project managers work in hand with them or not. So the project managers really need to look into the economics of the project, the environmental sustainability of the project, and the social triple bottom approach line. So the sustainable project management is an approach that seeks to balance economic, environmental, and social considerations in planning, execution, and evaluation of the projects. It aims to reduce the environmental impact of any project and promote environmental social accountability. There are various methods that are the effects of project planning. So sustainable project management, including the economic, social, and environment, while sustainable project planning also includes the managerial control, the risk response, and the work connection between them. The project's success can always be evaluated by the efficiency that it has produced, the number of figures and facts that it can provide to us, all the stakeholders that are involved with them, the team that is also the part of the project, and how is the project successful, and in the future, how can we make it better. Now, there are a couple of model visions that we've been studying through. First of all, there's a triple bottom line approach. These are all the models that different people have been working on. So the triple bottom approach is basically contains 3 dimensions, that is environment, social, and economic, while there's another model working, that is the egg of sustainability. It uses ecosystems and people. Then there's another model known as prism of sustainability. Another feature dimension adds into it, that is the institutes. Rather than just the economic, social, environmental, institutes add to itself that how are we educating our institutes, how are we educating our students about that. And then comes the 5 capital. It contains basically about the nature, about the human, about the social factor, and how they are manufactured, and how the finances are handled. Our research relevance is basically upon the lean project management principles to be adopted to incorporate sustainability into the execution of the project. What strategies can be employed to overcome potential conflicts between the lean efficiency and the sustainable impact in the project execution? And how do you prioritize and allocate resources to address both lean and sustainability goals? So the relationship of lean management to sustainable project management contains 5 points, basically. Now, definition of the value. When we're talking about the client, we always have to value them. We always have to educate them about the sustainability factor of the project, whether it's feasible, or how you can make it more sustainable, how the projects or materials that can be used. Now, mapping the process from the start to the end is a really important factor, because every time you fail, it adds up to the success of the another person. It gives us a lesson that can be achieved and that can be taken on later. Now, implementing continuous improvement, engaging all the stakeholders, not just the architects, but the managers, but the construction team and the civil team as well. It helps us in identifying the problems and continually striving for the better achievement of that. Foster collaboration to the open communication. One of the best examples of it is an IPEX 2024 in Islamabad. It opens the mode of communication of different architects along with the construction teams and the vendors itself. And obviously last one is the BIM modeling. So basically building information modeling is a streamlined process that adds to the sustainability point. It gives us a lot of challenges, but obviously it helps us a lot during the construction period. The shortage of skilled resources, complexity, and difficulty of the staining gains sustaining our gains in it. But despite these obstacles, it's a powerful tool that we can use to transform the construction industry here in Pakistan.
Good noon. I, myself, architect Ufaq Shahid, currently working as an instructor at Institute for Art and Culture. I have done my bachelor's from Lahore College for Women University and master's from University of the Punjab College of Art and Design. Okay. In continuation with the previous slide discussed, I start with the Lean Six Sigma approaches stages, how it can be achieved, and how these initiatives can be taken with these Six Sigma prevention, which involves define, analyze, control, measure, improve. These includes the measurement of the strategies, which involves during site orientation, when we are talking about the different project stages, which involves the stages of Six Sigma implementations, which are the following steps, which involves the initialize, deploy, sustain, expand, and implementation of the project. If we are talking about the Six Sigma development approaches, it has different steps, which involves the major aspects of the Lean Six Sigma free initiatives, which involves design-based Six Sigma approach, which have the following steps: define, measure, analyze, improve, and control, in continuation with the problem-based design approach. These approaches are coming stages by stage when we are talking about the design stages of the project, which involves the customer focus, data-driven decision-making, continuous improvement of the project in reference to the time stages of the project. अब design stages के अंदर जब हम बात करते हैं तो breakdown of different stages involve. It's involved the team approach, environmental modulation. These Six Sigma approaches also involves the PRISM approach, which involves defined design, delivery, and handover of the project, which involves different sustainable project objectives of the project, which are as follows: people, process, progress, performance, and purpose of the project. It's actually the role of the project manager in sustainable project management. Project manager actually employing a Six Sigma approach through various tools and techniques, which involves the BIM modeling of the technique, BIM modeling of the project at different stages. Either it's a design stage, it's a structural stage, it's a design phase, and analysis of the design phase. Being a project manager is actually a completion of a project should be the main objective of the sustainable project management, which involves a holistic design approach that integrates object, environment, and subject into a dynamic synergy connection. It's a connection of the materialization, design stage, and also the combining generative and form-making techniques, which involves through the advantage of the different combinations. If we talk about the 5P standards, green project management, which involves purpose, people, platform, process, and performance of the building. It involves the people, process, progress, performance, and purpose. These definitions are very important in reference to the planet, prosperity, and peace of the approach aims to improve the viability, reputation, and profitability, and efficiency of the organization, which also executing projects that benefit society for years to come. If we are talking about the inclusion of building information modeling, it involves different stages, which improved energy efficiency, making a BIM mandatory inclusion, material optimization, facility management, resilience planning, and also the integration of the renewable energy resources which are using in our project. A very close idea of the Lean Six Sigma management with the sustainable project management include, which has the categories of different belts in Lean Six Sigma management, which involves master belt, black belt, green belt, yellow belt, and white belt. These are the categories involved. Lean Six Sigma offers a structured approach which involves the sustainability in architecture at different stages, which involves the reduction of the resources, integration of the building design, material optimization, facility management, resilience planning. If we are talking about the idea of Lean Six Sigma management with sustainable project management, it involves the planning, design, and based approach. Planning approach is very important in a single project. Lean approaches can assist in finding and eliminating waste in a project processes which is in line with the sustainability. As we all know about the site selection of the project is very important, which involves the analysis of the project constraints and requirements in relation to the project domain, chosen its location, determination of the material system components, its sustainable description and prosperities, in compliance with these requirements and constraints by means of the several model tests of the BIM model. As we all know, we are making a BIM model at different stages, so it's our moral duty to test these models at different stages of the design. An explanation of these elements' relationship in regard to the designed layouts in computational model for measuring sustainability design parameters in reference to the Six Sigma Lean project management approach. If we are sharing the objectives of the Lean Six Sigma project with sustainable project management, it involves the efficiency, waste management system, continual improvement through these testing of the models. As we all know, the timeline management for sustainable project management is very important factor. If a project is completes on time, it's a sustainable project management. A goal without a timeline is just a dream. So we are talking about the different phases of the project management with reference to the timeline, which involves the community evaluation, site analysis, and negotiation and final selection of the site with reference to the site selection criteria. This is actually the site selection strategy, which have different phases at different steps. If we are talking about the sustainable building materials used for the timeline management of the sustainable project management, time-saving strategy, use of sustainable material, which are as follows. Unidome is very important material in material efficient, lightweight construction method. The Unidome technology is very important in sustainable project management as it combines the art of engineering, the understanding of the force flows with the sustainable endeavor in order to manufacture safe structures in a short span time. Some of the key features of the Unidome which is involved in the sustainable strategy of the building materials is biaxial, voided flat slab, sustainability, versatility, efficient design, innovation, material reduction, and climate protection. As we are talking about, the concrete is one of the most important construction material in world today, but it's a climate killer actually. The production of the concrete requires cement. The production of the material is accompanied by a large energy consumption and a high emission of carbon dioxide. Unidome concrete forms different types according to the structural component needed at different project levels. Unidome was awarded with the Small Business Award Leading Innovators of Sustainable Construction Management by Corporate Vision in 2021. Some of the different companies and projects which are using these techniques are the Lake City Roof Garden, FFC ISPL Group Tower Gulberg. These are some of the projects which are done by the local company Unison. MEVA formwork is also another technique used for the sustainable project timeline achievement, which involves the strategy implemented by local company in Lake City Tower. It's an international approach organization recognized as a leading provider of innovative formwork services. If we are talking about the founded in 1970, MEVA census contractors the owner of the kit. These are some of the joinery detail of the MEVA formwork for sustainable project timeline achievement. It's a very short time required strategy. Some of the challenges and overcoming obstacles which are facing in Lean Sigma project management with reference to the sustainable project management are as follows. If we want to achieve this Lean Six Sigma management in our projects, first we have to do is the mindset change of the clients and introduction of sustainable building materials to the clients. Cost estimates, supply chain issues. Supply chain issues involves some of the factors which are as follows: environmental responsibility, social commitment, market leadership, and contribution to the nation. The recognition gap that exists between the computers and humans is one of the issues preventing the integration of digital and sustainable designs. These are some of the conclusions we have drawn from our research, which involves being a project architects, managers are the essential drivers of the change in the construction industry towards sustainability. Their responsibility included a crucial role in the integrating sustainability in construction industry at different stages and different levels of the project. Being a project manager, our responsibility includes selecting materials and systems which are sustainable with reference to the climate change projects and green goals that are met and focus on technically related issues. These materials have lower carbon footprints and can contribute to more sustainable construction practices. Project management is actually a sustainable construction methods which involves a great integration of lean project management system, which is actually the optimization of resources, reducing networks, adopting alternative construction methods with reference to the sustainable building materials. Using of inclusion modeling at different stages of the construction and by introducing sustainable building materials. Through these practices, we aim to reduce carbon emissions, waste generation processes, waste reduction processes, and ultimately leading to lower operational cost and more sustainable buildings, which is the main objective of the lean project management systems with reference to the carbon emission. These are some of the references. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Ufuk and Haris, for your incredibly informative talk. Next up, I would like to request Mr. Vakas from Linea Decor. He has a small presentation for us. Thank you.
Sirs and ma'ams, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. On behalf of Alibrar Group of Companies, I want to express our gratitude to IPEX for organizing this fantastic exhibition. Thank you to the Chairman, Mr. Abdullah Khan, for the opportunity to be part of this event. Being here reflects the collaborative spirit IPEX develops. We appreciate the chance to present our brands Linea Decor, Frankie, Kitchen, Parktube, and Bimax in form of products, exchange ideas and explore innovations with fellow contributors. Not to waste your precious time, in closing, I would humbly request everyone to please pick up our company profile booklet on your way out. You will discover more about Alibrar Group of Companies and our commitments to shaping the future with our products and services. Please enjoy exploring the diverse material on display. Thank you.
That's why we don't just make kitchens that are marvels of design. We create living spaces that will be at the very center of life. At our production facilities, with an area of 40,000 square meters and a yearly production capacity of up to 30,000 kitchens with state-of-the-art technology, we work non-stop with a single goal: unconditional customer satisfaction. Every day, we put our name on kitchens that are wonders of design at 62 points in Turkey and 16 abroad. With the unique kitchen solutions we create, we take part in the top real estate projects in Turkey and around the world. With the pride that comes from being a leader in the business, we constantly renew ourselves, adding value to thousands of buildings each year with the Linea Decor vision. We see our authorized dealers as the most vital representative of our superior service approach. One that is founded on trust. With their presentation, our innovative designs, quality products, and functional details turn dreams into reality. Linea Decor kitchen design specialists work meticulously to create designs that meet all the needs of different lifestyles. Created with care, our designs come to life at manufacturing facilities employing the latest technology. Completed with the Linea Decor signature, these high-quality furnishings set off on their journey to captivate with their flawlessness and add color to lives. As we do all this, our goal is to create living spaces where dreams meet reality, where every moment is filled with happiness, because we've worked for years to see that smile on their faces. Linea Decor, a kitchen to live in. The kitchen is the heart of the home.
Thank you, Linea Decor. Next up, I would like to introduce our special guest for the evening, Sir Kaisar Khan Khatak, who is the DG Environment. Sir, if you could please come up to stage and share a few words, it would be our pleasure. Please give him a huge round of applause, guys.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Feroz, for inviting me to this occasion, to this event, and allowing me the opportunity to speak to very distinguished people who have excelled in their field, and today they are holding such important seminars. When I was given this invitation, I thought this probably is not very relevant to me, but then I realized that it has a lot of linkages between my work and this work. A lot has been said in these presentations about the technical side of what you are doing, and that is obviously for the architects to develop on, and they have very aptly explained it. I would just highlight one aspect which might be helpful for your endeavors, and that is based on the experience that we have gained in the environment side. I just saw in one of the presentations that the biggest challenge for this thing to be a success is change of mindset. Now that is a very important and probably the key aspect of this whole thing. We are dealing with the, in environment, we are dealing with a lot of issues. As DG Environment, when I took the charge, we were told that there is a plant called paper mulberry, which is causing allergy, asthma in Islamabad. So there were like, the decision evolved over years for like, it took some 14, 15 years, and finally the decision was taken after involving public and everybody that this plant should be removed. And we started removing the plant. But the kind of backlash we received on media, social media, and from every side, it was simply beyond us to handle. And why was it? Because now people have access to information, but they do not have access to knowledge. They think that everything green is good, whereas everything green is not good. There are certain green invasive species which are not good for the climate, which are not good for the other plants, which are not good for the environment. So you have to weed them out for allowing your indigenous plants to grow. Now this simple science, you need to tell people very painstakingly, and you have to explain it to them. Now as I see, my job is simple. Plants everybody see, and it's a very ordinary kind of explanation. If I explain it to somebody, they can go and explain it. But your job is a little more complex. Explaining somebody the essence of your idea and then convincing them to shift their mindset, shift their whole strategy, their whole planning from something that has already been established to something which is new would be a challenge for you. I would rather suggest, that is a suggestion, and it is for the experts to think about it, that this honorable esteemed organization should hire people who are good at convincing people in local language by giving local examples and making them understand what the actual requirement of the day is. Because such kind of seminars are very good, but these are for technicals to understand. These are for you people to chisel your skills further. For a layman like me, it might appear to be French. So you need to come up with such ideas. This is my suggestion, and I appreciate this is first step, and I believe that the way you have reached this process, I think change is always an evolutionary process, and especially in such kind of subjects, you have evolved to this point, and you would evolve further in times to come. So my suggestion would also be made part of that evolutionary process of convincing people. So thank you very much. With this, I would beg your leave, and I hope I made some point which might be of some value to this seminar. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words and your unique perspective. Next up, I would like to move on to our next speaker for the evening. Architect Wajahat Ali holds a B Arch degree from Pakistan, an M Arch degree from the UK, an additional master's degree in cultural economics from Italy. Currently, he serves as the Director of Conservation and Design at Aga Khan Cultural Services, Pakistan, AKCSP. With a 23-year association at AKCSP, his primary focus has been on the planning and conservation of heritage buildings in Gilgit-Baltistan and Lahore. He has had the privilege of contributing to several prominent projects, including the conservation of 400-year-old Sugar Fort, Khaplu Palace, the 900-year-old Altit Fort, the Mughal-era Shahi Hammam, and the Wazir Khan Mosque in Lahore. Currently, he is leading the conservation efforts at the World Heritage Site of Lahore Fort, which involves the restoration of the world's largest mural picture wall. Architect Wajahat Ali, guys.
Is there any way I control my presentation?
This goes to the next slide. This is the slide first. If you could please keep it up to 15 minutes, that would be great.
20 minutes. Thank you. So, for most, I would like to pay my gratitude for organizing a seminar related to a theme which is critical for the survival of the globe. And I would particularly thank Abdullah for inviting me to share some of our experiences. I mean, I'm sure some of the participants have probably seen these presentations, but it would give a new perspective to those who have not seen. So, again, I'm not here to explain what is sustainability. I'm here to share our experience, how a heritage project can transform a local context, how it can improve the lives of the people, how it can address their social issues. So through a couple my notion and my understanding of heritage. So, with particular focus on Sugar Fort and Khaplu Palace, these are the case studies I'll be presenting. So, ये कैसे change होता है? So when we talk about cultural heritage, it is not just mud and mortar. It's not just brick and lime or gypsum or timber. It is more than a building. It has a different facets attached to it. To share some, of course it has environmental impact. We tend to use local materials, indigenous materials, less carbon footprint, and of course by reusing a historical building, we reduce the carbon footprint and other material consumptions. And there are more impacts related to environment. Then there is a social and cultural impact attached to it. We try to, good heritage projects tend to involve local community in decision-making process. They tend to involve them in a process of conservation. So a project of heritage conservation creates a social cohesion in society. Differences, pluralism. For example, if I'm doing a project in Lahore, we have a Hindu, structures, we have a Sikh heritage. So we try to respect that heritage. Up in the north, we have a Buddhist, elements inbuilt in our architecture. So we try to look back and think that we were a pluralist society, so we try to create this cohesion. So a project of heritage can create as a huge cultural and social impact. Of course, environmental impact is very obvious. It creates jobs during the process of conservation and post-restoration. A lot of facets of tourism and resource management and economic opportunities are linked with a project of heritage conservation. So when we talked about sustainability, of course, the global community has agreed to address the social and economic and environmental objectives, and they have agreed to address some of the objectives by 2030. Though there is no specific mention of heritage conservation. There is no specific mention, but it is a subject that it is intertwined in almost every goal, If I highlight number one, no poverty, they said that there will be no poverty by 2030. A project creates jobs through a process of conservation, and once it is done, of course, the post-restoration has also jobs. Similarly, if I say decent work and economic growth, of course, job creation is part of that. And when we talk about component number 11, sustainable cities and communities, we restore, we rehabilitate historical towns. I can quote the example of the walled city of Lahore. 10 years back, no one used to visit. Now if you are visiting Lahore, you are the first one to go to Lahore walled city. It has created, the rehabilitation has created a lot of jobs. It has enhanced the visibility of that area, ultimately affecting the economic opportunities for the locals. Climate actions, of course, heritage conservation tend to use local materials, addressing carbon footprint, positivity. And last but not least, peace, justice, component number 16. Of course, I have already mentioned that cultural projects create cohesion in society, as pluralism through these physical projects. So it is kind of intertwined. It can be fit in any of the components. So just before I share some good examples, I thought to share a bad example. This is one of the Mughal monuments, probably from Jahangir times. This is Lahore. This is not a rural area. This is within the Lahore, Shadra. This was destroyed to build this one. Such a shame, such a shame. These monuments are giving a kind of perspective for future. I'm sure Winston, I think this was Winston Churchill who said that a nation without no memory has no future. So we could have used this old bridge for educational purpose, if not for it has a functional, or we could have used, but the people who are in power, the powers that be, they have replaced this with this ugly structure. This was the condition of the walled city. Just couple of examples. No one used to visit, we have a treasure, we have a valuable structure. It has a potential to be trapped, harnessed, but look at the condition. No one used to visit. Now this has been transformed by us. A lot of visitations has increased the footfall, ultimately impacting the society. Look, these are the shops, they were not, this kind of work is not meant to be done at the locality which has a high architectural, religious, but this was the use. But now this has been transformed, and these are some examples. Now coming back to some good examples, since I work with Aga Khan Trust for Culture, I'm associated with them for last 23 years. So these have, this one particular project, I call it a economic engine. This one project is running the whole village or whole town. Thousands of people are directly or indirectly attached to this one project. Similarly, this is another project. This is one of the oldest surviving structures, not only in Pakistan, but in the whole Western Himalaya, which include India, Nepal, China. So this has, again, a positive impact. This is Shigar Fort. I'll be explaining more about the Shigar. And another project is Khapolo. This will be explaining more. So my two case studies are Shigar Fort and Khapolo Palace. These are situated in the eastern flank of Gilgit-Baltistan. And both of the structures, when they were in received form, were abandoned structure, neglected, uninhabited for last 50 years. But when Acadian went there, they thought to enhance sustainability. They thought, what would be the reuse, good reuse? It's not just, no one inject capital money again and again. You inject once and it creates its own sustainability. So a process of proper documentation and talk to the community was evolved, and a reuse was established. That was partial museum and partial kind of boutique kind of heritage residence. So that was a pivotal for upgrading the local community. So this was post restoration of this monument. But when you see pictures, before I share the pictures, this kind of process, this kind of work is community driven. These are not monument centric conservation. When you have a monument like Lahore Fort or Qila'e Balasar in Peshawar, or any other monuments, it is owned by state, it has its own monumentality, but here we deal with community. So a community involvement is essential. That's why a community organizations were formed. We call them town management societies. They were registered and they work as a municipality. They worked with us as a municipality. They worked as a pressure group. Because of them, community was involved in design process, decision-making process. That's the success of the project. So they were involved from the day first. And rather than working on the monument, the context was firstly restored. The whole neighborhood, the settlements around the Shigar Fort was restored. These are the conditions after restoration. This was the condition. I remember when I went for the first time, it was an abandoned structure, no walls, bulging walls, you know. The only visible thing was dust. Dust was evident everywhere. So this was the condition, and based on the documentation, you know, the process of documentation itself is so pleasing. Now we have the total stations and 3D scanners, machine works for you. But here, you know, the process of touching the building, understanding the structure, is more pleasing, you know, you understand more building accurately. So the process of documentation was done. I mean, this is all manual documentation. Look at the elevations. These were as found condition. And based on this, some, you know, architectural elements, we have a thinner walls at the top. Like this on the picture on the left is a topmost wall, which is thinner, you know, wattle and daub. And some architectural elements, decorations. I'll just quickly run through because I have a lot of slides. These are some of the, you know, important architectural elements, Shai Nashin, meant for elders, guests. And these are structural elements. You know, we call them cutter and cribbage work. These are timber lacing. Because of this framing, these structures are still standing out there. And this was the condition of the structure. I'll just, you know, running through these images so you can see the difference between how it was and as I mentioned, this Shigar Fort has 3 modules. Module 1 was the oldest, Module 2 was built after the Module 1, and Module 3 was built, you know, that was the recent intervention. So we started working from Module 3. By the time we reached Module 1, we knew more information about this is the right way, you know, rather than working from the older section, you work from the newer section. By the time you reach older, you have more information, so you can incorporate. This is as found plane. This is how we reused. There is less interventions, and interventions are kind of reversible. We have used the original dry pits as a washrooms area, and it's kind of less intervened building. So just glimpses of how the work processed. This building shows pre and post. I think this one particular image sums up everything, you know, from a cracked or dismantled or unused structure to this has a great impact on the society and the village. So some more images. I'll speak less, but images will speak more, so you will see these images. And these are some of the, we call them heritage rooms. This is the museum area. This is a restaurant. This was a stable for the last 30 years. So we have converted that stable into a restaurant. Some more, new, other than the historical core, we have added new structures. This is a new structure. This is not old, but we took the influence and, the techniques, architectural techniques from the traditional architecture and incorporated in new structures. So these are new buildings. This is the end of Shigar. So coming back to the other project, this is Khapulu Palace. This is not far from, this is towards the eastern flank of Baltistan. Compared to Shigar, it is more refined. The geometry, the symmetry, the refinement, the decoration, it has more refinement. You see these visuals because a lot of craftsmen came from Kashmir. So these craftsmen evolved this traditional architecture and they brought refinement into the architecture. Again, the process of sustainability was discussed, and given the architecture, the building typology, the process of planning was done. And again here, a partial area is dedicated to a museum and partial area is dedicated to a residential facility. Some more visuals. This is how we found the building, and this is how we have reused these structures. Some documentation drawings, some pre and post restoration photographs. Look at this abandoned room. Now this is a kind of a heritage guest room. Some more visuals. So these two particular, the picture on the left, originally it was a dry pit. So we have used the same area, and you can still see the old walls behind. So we have put a new glass so you can see the difference between old and new. These are some more visuals, some before and after. And these are new structures built in the context, in the vicinity of the Kapolo Palace by utilizing the same local architectural techniques, same materials. And so this is the team. The process of this, conservation has also enhanced the technical skills. And this is the end product. Now coming back to the actual concept of this presentation. It's a good technically done project. It is very good technically done project, But the socio-economic factors, directly in these two projects, 100 staff are directly employed. During peak seasons, it doubles, So 100 families are getting direct employment. Promotion of local craft and skill in handicrafts, Because of the process of this documentation has produced a new skill that was kind of depleting. Now we have skilled masons in a traditional craft, skilled carpenters available because they were trained at the site. And the process has also trained local women, young people in surveying work, in documentation work, in drafting work. So this skill set is available in the market. And people follow what they see. People follow what they see. When they saw that Aga Khan Development Network is restoring a building with mud and mortar, why not build our own homes? So now 50 to 60% of local construction is being done with local material. I think for me this is more success than running a hotel there. This is more, impactful to the society. And by utilizing this, material locally, the money remains in a local market. I'm not sending money to Lahore or Karachi to buy steel or to buy glass. Whatever I'll spend is spent in the local market. So local economy get boost. And particularly, we utilize the timber wood, and timber wood particularly is the popular wood, and now almost 50 to 60% timber is locally used, and people are now planting more trees. Again, there is a certain profit is being earned through these projects. 30% directly goes to the community. 30% directly goes to the community, 10% goes to the maintenance, 60% goes to the endowment fund. And this is, this is very critical because you never know when are the rainy days. We had 2 years of COVID. There were no tourists. So the endowment fund was utilized to pay the salaries. So this endowment fund, so Acadian is not taking 1 rupee from this project. Endowment fund, 30% goes to community. Or interestingly, this 30% is now utilized to restore buildings. ये जो 30% की मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, इससे community historical buildings restore कर रही हैं. यानी एक project ने एक system इस तरह का बनाया हुआ है कि आप community खुद बाकी project restore कर रहे हैं इसी पैसे से जो profit आ रहा है. This is, I think, very impactful. This one guy who knew how to do this lattice work, timber lattice work, he was the last surviving guy who knew. He learned it from Kashmir. So this project of Sugar Fort employed young people who got trained from him. Now this skill is, the guy is no more there, but skill is there. This is the impact, that these projects have created. Towards my end slides, these are the impacts, locals gets jobs, direct jobs, indirect jobs. 30% income, they build, restore buildings. Pluralism, as I already mentioned, respecting other religions, social cohesion. These projects, and other projects have won UNESCO awards, so visibility is there. So these UNESCO awards, what they do, they attract more tourists. When a tourist goes to an area, business comes to that area. So there is an increased tourism demand, and I think more important is pride and awareness. Locals are now taking a lot of pride in their heritage because of this project. I have already explained these lessons learned of this conservation. Just don't look at the figures. Just look at 169,000 visitors to these 4 forts. Gilgit-Baltistan don't compare the numbers to Lahore or Karachi. The whole population is, 15 lakh ki abadi hai total, pure सूबे की. उसमें इतने tourists in 4 projects में जा रहे हैं, तो this is, I think, beyond comprehension, Again, but people follow what they see. This is a project done by community themselves. जब शिगर फोर्ट बनते देखा, उन्होंने कहा यार हम भी करते हैं. प्लान उनका था इसको तोड़ के कंक्रीट में बनाने का. This is an old structure, and this project has won UNESCO award. Community ने खुद किया ये, शिगर फोर्ट को देख के. This is a school, very interesting story. Community wanted to build a school in concrete. They bought cement, steel, but when they saw the process of conservation and utilization of local material, they came to us and requested us to design something in local material. So we designed this school, and we built this school for the community, of course, by utilizing their own money. And of course, the Shigar Fort has, this is a very impactful story. Shigar Fort, because of the Shigar Fort, co-education was introduced in Shigar Valley for the first time. Because their interaction grew, they saw the impact, they interacted more with people, and they demanded for a co-education school. These are the new structures being built. This is again another project built by community, and this has also won. This is a mosque in Shigar. वो जो 30% की मैं बात कर रहा था, ये one of the खानकाज हैं जो उसी पैसे से रिस्टोर हो रहा है. मतलब इससे बढ़ के खुशी इंसान को क्या हो सकती है कि प्रोसेस एक कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस बन गया ये. These are new structures by using the traditional materials and techniques they are restoring. I think this is my last slide. I think we talked about collaborations, collaboration of technical people, collaboration with community. His Highness has rightly mentioned that, I'll read this. Done well, these collaborations can have a catalytic effect on the revitalization of communities, rising incomes, restoring pride, improving the quality of life, and most importantly, restoring hope. And I think these projects have done justice to all this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such an insightful lecture. Before we proceed, I would like to ask the audience if there are any questions for any of our speakers so far. Any question? Okay, there's a question.
Hello.
Are they coming up stage right now? I had a question on the first presentation. I think was Dabir Hemani. Okay, my question was that you've done a commendable job, recycling all the stuff that you presented today. My question is basically, did you ever figure out how much energy went into actually transforming those materials into buildable materials?
Hello.
And the second question would be, what is the R value of those building materials? Because again, we have to talk a lot about structures which are comfortable also. So these are the two things I have in mind.
Thank you so much for the questions. So I think your first question was regarding, if you can just repeat.
How much energy?
Yeah, okay. So I think that's a great question, because we are part of this cohort in the UK called Carbon 13, and what they have asked us to do is to do exact same thing, that if we are making something which is recycled and is offsetting carbons, we have to measure how much our own footprint is.
Exactly.
Sorry. So what I can tell you that we have done a whole carbon mapping, and what it shows, like the number that I shared, 510 tons of carbon offsets, that is a net right now. So what our material actually, for every 1 square foot that we make, we offset 1 kg of plastic waste, but offset only 1 kg of carbon offset. So the other 1 kg of carbon offset that is qualified is our own emissions. So net pay, we are offsetting 1 kg only.
With my colleague, my question is in perspective of CO2 equivalent. Now, great idea that you have recycled, but looking at the other side of the picture, PET plastic is a recyclable material. Now, we did not recycle, but the plastic will still be coming, right? So have you evaluated that instead of doing that, if we have recycled the plastic and we have conserved some of the CO2 which is involved in recycling the material. So it's good idea on one side, but when you look at the CO2 equivalent, I think we are going the other way. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for this valuable comment. So I think what I feel that might have missed in the conversation is that we only take end-of-life plastic, which means that plastics that currently have no solution for recycling.
Or no recycling.
So it doesn't get, and it's a global problem. So that's why we are using MLPs and chips wrappers. PET, like you said, people are doing a fantastic job, and it's one of the most expensive plastics to procure. So yes, you're right that we should not put PET into building materials.
All right, so what you're aiming is that the plastic which cannot be recycled should be used on that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Shukriya.
Are there any more questions? If not, we'll proceed with our next speaker, although it's always a pleasure to see such an enthusiastic response from the community. Our next speaker for the evening is Ms. Roberta Vecchi. Roberta Vecchi is the San Marco Group Marketing Director. She joined the corporation back in 2011 and since then started infusing a design thinking attitude into the organization's culture with a brand new approach to innovation both in product development as well as in the company communication. As an enthusiast of life and design with a passion for everything related to color, nature, and the use of organic raw materials, a globetrotter who, thanks to experiences around the world, has acquired an inclusive and curious approach towards the world and those who live in it. Ms. Roberta's talk is titled, "Can We Shape the Future? Exploring Innovation Through Design and Sustainability." It would be a pleasure to have you on stage.
So first of all, I would like to thank each and everyone for listening to this short speech today. I was very impressed with what I heard before. The architect, I'm sure I will pronounce the name in not a proper way, Gujarat, probably. Thank you for sharing your beautiful experience. That is something very valuable that we should all do. I mean, helping local communities and also using our resources in the right way. I would like to start just with a couple of words about our group. It's just 1 or 2 slides. It doesn't seem to work. Okay, so basically we are an international group with headquarters in Italy and 7 factories throughout Europe, and the target to become more local. So this means that even here in Pakistan, where we have been working together with Nova Color Pakistan and innovators, of course there is a main objective that is not only related to bringing our products and our way of thinking here, but also on how we should try to be more inclusive and use local resources also for eventually producing our beautiful materials here in Pakistan. This is the setup of the company throughout the world, with over 100 countries that we deliver nowadays. And these factories that you see listed, 4 of them in Italy, as I said, but then also Russia and Slovakia, Bosnia, and so on and so forth. We share values that are internationally agreed on, you know, so also our group works with thinking of customer-centric products, how to share sustainability, technical trainings, support to communities, as we said, and also a very well-balanced approach to life and environment. These points are the ones that made us interesting, also for a beautiful country like Pakistan. And most of all, these are the values that we bring here with the design brand that you will have probably also the possibility to see and understand a little bit more in this convention at the Designers Lounge that we created outside. So why should we specify our brand, and what is the impact of technology that is something we cannot live without on our everyday life? Sorry, there is a problem with the video, I guess. The video is here, so I don't know if you can just Well, what we wanted to say with this video is basically that technology has a great impact on our life, that usually we are looking at technology as something, or recently as something that not always helps us to create a better world, because we have a big use and waste of materials that we're not able to recycle. But technology itself is something that we cannot change, in the sense that we need technology to continue the journey that we have taken globally as a company and as people, human people. So the whole point is not to be to look at technology as an enemy, but it's more about understanding how we can use it to create a positive impact. So I will just ask my friends over there if there is a chance to use the presentation, or let's see. Okay, so no. I'm a bit unlucky. So technology has a great impact, as we said, on our society. It is basically changing the way we see things, and sometimes we consider it as an element. We are creating a lot of pollution. We are using materials that we are not able sometimes to reuse, and therefore we need to make sure that whatever is being given, offered by technology is also somehow being going to be reused and recycled in the right way. Technology is a powerful tool. We cannot live without it, but like all the tools, it needs to be used in the right way. Otherwise, what we create is just waste, and we have no real understanding on how we should keep using things like smartphones, like ovens, for a decent amount of time, because it's like a rush, you know, we buy and destroy, and we don't even ask ourselves questions on how these things could be actually more interestingly used for a longer period of time. So there is a lot more that we can do in terms of recycling materials, and most of all, these materials that we are recycling nowadays, also in our building industry, are becoming not a risk anymore, because the risk if we don't do recycling is very big, it's very huge. But we are able, changing a bit the focus and changing also the way we address technology in our building system, to use some of these waste, as I heard before, plastic or chem pyrolysis with flat tires of cars and whatever, to create new raw materials that are then going to be used to replace traditional acrylic binders from oil derivatives. We are made of this. We are made of living matter, as we call it. And in order to understand how to be sustainable, we think that somehow we should go back to how everything started. What is sustainability? Sustainability, first of all, is a word that comes from a beautiful Latin word called sustinere, so basically it means to support and to sustain humanity. And this is why we use sustainability also in terms of sustainable construction, which is based basically on 7 main principles. The durability, when it comes to building material, is absolutely a task, an objective that we have set. Energy efficiency. We're working a lot in Europe in terms of creating external, most of all, thermal insulation systems that are helping us to reduce the consumption of energy. Waste reduction, and this is one of the main topics that also my colleagues before have addressed. There's a lot of waste and energy that we consume while producing raw materials that are supposed to be sustainable, but if we look at the balance, as we were saying before, usually the balance is negative and not positive. Indoor air quality, which has become a big thing also in our society. So how to create materials that are not only based on sustainable raw materials, but are also creating a quality inside our homes, reducing at the same time the solvent release that not only paint procure, but also furniture, for instance. Water consumption. So this is a big topic, and as a company we monitor our water consumption, and this is why we have recently shifted part of our production towards powder coatings, also when it comes to interior decorative lime plasters, because we believe that water is one of the KPIs that we need to monitor on our everyday production level. The sustainable design, so how to create, how to implement eco-design and whatever is concerned with it in our projects, and therefore, as final part, sustainable building materials. That's to say that the paints and the plasters that we produce are actually only one part of this bigger strategy that everyone should have when looking at a building. And as an industry and as a manufacturer, we're just supporting this idea so that everyone knows that there is a way, there is a chance to design in a more sustainable manner, as well as we have the chance and the task as manufacturer to bring technology and to use it properly, and also to change some of the mistakes, as we can say, that have been done in the past 50, 100 years. So how do we do this practically? We have internally already switched to new raw materials that we use to replace traditional acrylic binders, and these raw materials are called biomasses. So most of the products that you see used in Pakistan, produced under the brand Novacolor and distributed by Novacolor Pakistan, are actually made of waste disposal raw materials, basically biomasses coming from agricultural waste. So this is a very complicated process. It takes a dedicated pipeline to produce this biomasses, but we're proud to say that nowadays almost 80% of our traditional binders in this specific line of products have been replaced with agricultural waste biomasses. This is not only because we think that the world deserves a better visual and exterior, but it's also because we consider there is a lot to do in terms of how do we dress up our cities, you know, how do we create environments that are somehow looking both at reproducing the idea of a modern heritage. We saw before how much heritage you have in Pakistan and how this heritage can actually be preserved, protected, and also further implemented by using the right building materials. But we also have in our country and in Europe a lot of traditional heritage, which is not something that we can neglect, meaning most of our European and non-European, Far East, Pakistani environments have been created in a time where there was a different consciousness, less technology, but a different consciousness about the materials that we used to produce and manufacture plasters for Italy, for instance. So this is Italy, but the raw materials that we use and we implement here in Pakistan are more or less the same. So when it comes to binders, we are actually going back to the traditional construction way. So the main binder that is actually being used nowadays at our facilities is still lime, and by lime we mean the limestone, so the original limestone that everyone knows, and it's calcium carbonate that we basically still collect and burn. And the way we burn it is still very traditional. So you see this is a super traditional oven, big oven we can say, where basically at 900 degrees we burn the stone, the limestone, in order to get the final result, which is the air lime that is actually used to create the plasters that you also see here in Pakistan. Remember that out of the same oven, at a certain point, people found out in the past how to do cement. So cement, clinker cement, is just a lime burned at 1,200 degrees. Was a mistake at the time, but then this other source of binder was created through the same cooking, we can say, process of the limestone. And these are very traditional areas in our country, and not only, I'm sure you have something similar here as well, where basically the air lime is actually seasoned, and the way we do it is super traditional, so basically it dries up and it stays there in the past for up to 6 years. Nowadays we're lucky if we can keep it like this for 3 months. But there is a reason, and the reason is that the more this air lime is actually seasoning, the better the molecules that are actually composing the material are coming together, and this guarantees a much longer durability in the building process. Okay, so this is the way mortars still look. So you see, basically nothing has really changed when it comes to traditional plasters. And these traditional plasters are part of our and yours, let's say, tradition, so to say. And the binders are still the same. So when we say air lime or lime, we mean products that are being used extensively to protect and decorate our buildings. This is a very interesting slide because it gives you an idea of how much the product itself is actually counting when we calculate the maintenance of a building. It's only 15% of the total amount, which means that one of the tasks that we have to have as a company and as a society, I believe, is not only how to recycle and build properly and how to recycle and how to formulate products, but it also has to do a lot with how we treat the substrate and how we understand and train our operators. So the substrate understanding and the application, the trainings, the local expertise is far more relevant than the product itself. In the application cycle of materials, we do not only have technical factors that have a big impact in what we do, so the type of product, the type of substrate, and so on and so forth, but we also have to consider the norms, which are becoming, luckily, very stringent, local norms, European norms, and also how emotional factors are pushing us to choose the right products. This is what we also understood before from the other presentation. There is a local history that we would like to help preserve, because we're not just bringing our products here, but also we are kind of coming to help with a different understanding on technology and how to make the entire impact, as we said, almost close to zero. These are some of the exercises that we have done in nearby areas. Of course, there is a lot also here in Pakistan, but this is to show that we can still build properly using technologies as long as we have an understanding of the building as a whole. So not only one thing, but application, substrate, products, maintenance, durability, and so on and so forth. We can create a lot. We have to understand how to select properly the products that we use to guarantee the performance level and to create the circularity that everyone is looking at. So incorporation of modern design strategy, reviewing the entire production line. This is what we are going through at the moment, and also thinking and looking at a building as an entire ecosystem that has to do also with social sensibility and welfare sensibility and supporting of local communities and so on and so forth. Our main target is to reduce the carbon footprint, of course, because buildings are responsible for a big amount of global carbon footprint. So this is something that as a company and as a manufacturer we are very well aware of. But without awareness, which is what is missing sometimes, we just do live inhabiting our places without really belonging to the places that we live in. We have received a lot of signals in the past, in a very close past. Apparently we're not listening. So the way we would like to close this presentation is that yes, technology is transforming our society. There is a nice way to use technology. We all have the task to use innovation, to use awareness, and to become really responsible for what we are doing, because there is in Europe, but you have your own norms here in Pakistan, a Green Deal that will force us to reduce by 2030 at least 55% of the net emissions, and this 55% has to become 100% in 2050, and we are absolutely not ready to take the challenge unless we all work in the same direction. Pakistan is, like all the other countries around the world, taking a big call on this subject. We understand that there are already LEED compliant buildings here, and that we can play our role by using sustainable products that are certified systems. with LCA life cycle assessment, indoor comfort gold, red cert, mass balance, and whatever else we are able to put on the table. But the call is a call for everyone, no matter how good we are as a company to change our production. There must be a sort of a social awareness and understanding that things don't happen from top down. We need to create an awareness with people that are the young generation, so that this, eventually will help us to really create a better world and protect the future and Earth that we have received for granted. So thank you. I'm sorry for the little technical problems, but I hope that I left my message. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberta, for such a wonderful, shedding such wonderful insight on the production side of the industry. Before we proceed to bid farewell to our chief guest and present mementos, I would like to call to stage architect Jahangir Sherpao, President IAP, architect Zulfikar Ali, and Chairman Abdullah Khan, and of course the chief guest, DG Environment Kaisar Khan Khattak. Please give them a huge round of applause. Thank you all. Next, we will proceed with the rest of the evening, and our next speaker is Architect Afshan Jamshed. Architect Afshan Jamshed is currently an assistant professor at the Department of Architecture, Environmental Design, Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology, Karachi. She graduated from Karachi University with a BSc Honours in Physics, ranking second, and from Dawood Engineering College, NED-UET affiliated college in Karachi, with a bachelor's degree in architecture. In 2016, Architect Afshan earned her post-graduation diploma PGD in environmental design. She then went on to Allama Iqbal Open University to pursue her MS MPhil in environmental design in 2022. Architect Afshan has been rendering her services in many architectural schools within Karachi, including NED University, Karachi University, and Dawood University since 2003. In addition, she had the honor of founding the Department of Architecture and Environmental Design. Her talk is titled A Comprehensive Review of Steel, Cement, and Aluminum. If we could please have Architect Afshan Jamshed on stage. Thank you. Please give her a huge round of applause, guys.
Which one is the black? ये back है, and this is the next one. Okay. अस्सलाम वालेकुम। आपका इस्लामाबाद बहुत ठंडा है और हम कराची से आए हैं, तो bear with me, I'm sure कि अब आप सब थक चुके होंगे. I'll try to make it minimum. And most of the slides are, my slides are self-representing. आप देख सकते हैं मैं जो कहना चाहती हूँ. और it's not something new. Most of the people know that. But वो थोड़ा अपने soul searching और fact finding करने की कोशिश की है मैंने sustainable के background पे. Architecture को for the last few years is advocating for sustainable design in the backdrop of climate change, and as it has become one of the most significant aspects of the survival of our planet. As the architecture landscape shifts towards sustainability in response to climate change, the choice of building material become a critical factor in mitigating environmental impact. Among the diverse array of material available, cement, steel, and aluminum have emerged as key players in the construction industry. Am I right? We can't live without it. These materials are most widely used building material in the world and are extensively used in both developed and developing countries. Pictures are telling too much stories. ये story आप देखें और फिर इसकी evaluation देखें आप. मैंने इसको evaluate किया इन 6 points पे. Resource depletion, non-renewability, energy consumption in production, pollution during production, potential for reuse, and carbon footprint. इन 6 points पे मैंने इनको evaluate करने की कोशिश की है. अगर इसका टाइटल देखें तो it is resource depletion. जो रिसोर्स यूज़ की जाती है जो कि दोबारा रीन्यू नहीं हो सकती है, वो लाइमस्टोन, सिलिका एंड अदर मटेरियल फॉर सीमेंट है. स्टील के लिए हम आयरन यूज़ करते हैं, कार्बन, निकल, मैग्नीशियम, टाइटेनियम एंड ऑल दैट. फॉर एल्यूमिनियम वी यूज़ बॉक्साइट एंड क्राइलाइट. नाउ लुक एट द अदर साइड. हम रीन्यूएबल रिसोर्स जो हमारे रिसोर्स हम नेचुरल रिसोर्स जो डिप्लीट कर रहे हैं, for 1.1 ton of cement grade limestone is something else to produce 1 ton of cement. So whenever you are using 1 ton of cement, actually you are taking or using natural resources 1.1 ton of cement grade limestone. इसी तरह स्टील को अगर देखते हैं तो 1.6 ton of iron ore is used to produce 1 ton of cement. 1 ton, just 1 ton. And for aluminium, we use 4 to 5 ton of bauxite to produce 1 ton of aluminium. And these resources are non-renewable resources. These are actually depleting up. Now, the other carbon footprint. जो फॉसिल फ्यूल यूज़ करते हैं हम वो भी नॉन रिन्यूएबल है. और जो कार्बन फुटप्रिंट हम कंबस्शन से करते हैं फॉर सीमेंट, स्टील, एल्यूमिनियम, उसका रेशो अगर आप देखते हैं, फॉर 1 ton of cement we approximately release 0.99 ton of carbon dioxide. And for steel, for 1 ton of steel we actually release 1.85 tons. We are talking about tons. This is in gas state. When we compact, it becomes ton. So you can imagine it's in gas state में इतना सा टन नहीं हो सकता है. स्टील इतना सा हो सकता है. इसी तरह एल्यूमिनियम जो रिसोर्सेज यूज़ करता है वो बहुत ज़्यादा करता है. वो that is 4.8 ton. It uses 4.8 ton. रिलीज करता है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. सीमेंट का एक और डाउन साइड है, वो जो पिछले स्लाइड में जिक्र भी किया, लाइम का, कैल्सिनेशन 60% होती है। जब हम कैल्शियम कार्बोनेट को ब्रेक करते हैं तो हम एक और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड रिलीज कर रहे होते हैं इन सीमेंट। तो सीमेंट जब हम प्रोड्यूस करते हैं तो वी एक्चुअली आर रिलीजिंग two ways we are releasing carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Now pollution को देखें अगर हम और उसके बाई प्रोडक्ट्स को, इसके जो सॉलिड वेस्ट है जो कि आगे कुछ इस्तेमाल किया भी जा रहा है, लेकिन एयरबर्न पोल्यूशन इफ यू सी तो सल्फर डाइऑक्साइड रिलीज्ड while producing cement, nitrogen oxide, carbon monoxide, and these are contributing to the smoke or what we call the ground level ozone. And this, the first actually contribute to the cross border pollution, meaning कि जिस जगह ये produce होती है ज़रूरी नहीं उसी एरिया को affect करे, ये cross border करती है through air and through water. Aluminium में एक red mud every year, everybody can go and see what is red mud. बहुत ज़्यादा तादाद में red mud हम प्रोड्यूस करते हैं जिसका अभी तक इस्तेमाल समझ में नहीं आया है कि इसको हम रिसाइकिल कैसे करें. पोल्यूशन जो है, जब अगर हम पाकिस्तान के बैक में देखते हैं तो अनट्रीटेड, ये सारे पिक्चर्स हैं, यू कैन इजीली सेक्स एक्सप्लेनेटरी, कि पाकिस्तान का सिर्फ कराची, हैदराबाद, फेडरल गवर्नमेंट एंड इंडस्ट्रियल एरिया, ये अभी भी वो काम कर रहे हैं जो पानी में पोल्यूशन एंड ऑल दैट. अब जो लास्ट चीज़ है वो कि क्या ये चीज़ सस्टेनेबल है. इफ़ यू आस्क दिस क्वेश्चन, तो वंस हम कंक्रीट बना देते हैं तो सीमेंट जो है नॉन रिन्यूएबल हो जाता है. वैसे भी वो नॉन रिन्यूएबल, लेकिन उसको रीयूज़ बहुत नेग्लिजिबल है. आप उसको बहुत ब्रेक करके उसको क्रश करके आप उसको पेवर के तौर पे यूज़ कर सकते हैं, रोड साइड पे यूज़ कर सकते हैं, और कुछ इस्तेमाल इसका नहीं है. जस्ट दिस कि आप या तो ड्राइववे पे लगा लें या पेवर्स बना दें, सीमेंट का सिर्फ ये रिसाइकल है. फॉर स्टील ऑल्दो ये रॉ मटेरियल भी यूज़ करता है, हमारे रिसोर्सेज भी यूज़ करता है, कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड भी बहुत ज़्यादा रिलीज़ करता है, बट ये इनडेफिनेटली रिसाइकल हो सकता है और रीयूज़ हो सकता है. That is the upside. It is using our raw material, it is releasing so much carbon dioxide, but it is recycled and reused indefinitely. अगर इस बिल्डिंग को देखते हैं बर्ड नेस्ट को, तो ये इसमें जो स्टील यूज़ हुआ 42,000 टन, और इसने यूज़ किया है आयरन और 67200 टन ऑफ आयरन, एंड उसने इतना इसको रिलीज़ किया है कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड. एंड लाइकवाइज जब भी हम कोई 1 टन का कोई सामान इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो वी नीड टू बी वेरी कॉन्शियस एक्चुअली व्हाट वी आर डूइंग विद आवर प्लैनेट टू. The last thing, aluminium. Aluminium is the most recycled material. Although ये raw material बहुत ज़्यादा use करता है, ये हमारे fossil fuel use करता है, और carbon dioxide release करता है बहुत ज़्यादा. Still, this is one of the most recycled and reused with material without loss of quality. In conclusion, the widespread use of building material like cement, steel, aluminum, and glass has not only depleted natural resources but also led to environmental contamination, health risk, and elevated CO2 level, contributing to the global warming and climate change. So this paper concludes with recommendation for sustainable architectural practice and outline future research directions. By addressing the environmental impact of building material, this study wants to contribute to the ongoing dialogue on sustainable energy, offering insight crucial for a more environmental conscious and resilient building environment. आप ये हांगकांग देखें, इसमें कितना सीमेंट है. वी आर जो टॉक हो रही है वो बहुत स्मॉल स्केल की बात हम कर रहे हैं. वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द लार्ज स्केल. जो हम तबाही कर रहे हैं, हम लार्ज स्केल. वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट रिसाइकलिंग. वी आर नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्रोडक्शन. छोटे लेवल पे जो हम एग्जांपल ग्रीन कंक्रीट आजकल बहुत है, और हमारे एक इस बच्चे ने बहुत अच्छा प्लास्टिक रिसाइकिल की बात की थी. बहुत सारे रिसाइकिल के लिए अभी रिकमेंडेशन जा रहे हैं, बट माइंड इट, ये हाई राइज बिल्डिंग पे इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते हैं. ये स्पेसिफिक बिल्डिंग पे इस्तेमाल किया जा सकता है, ये हर जगह इस्तेमाल नहीं हो सकता है. तो दिस इज़ नॉट एन अल्टरनेट फॉर सीमेंट. एंड वी अब आपको कुछ मैं शॉर्ट करती हूँ. ये कुछ एग्जांपल्स हैं रियल टाइम में. वॉल्केनिक ऐश यूज़ किया है, फ्लाई ऐश ब्रिक्स हैं, राइस हैश ब्रिक्स हैं, और इसको इस्तेमाल भी कर रहे हैं. लेकिन इसमें भी फिर भी सीमेंट मिलाना पड़ता है. वी कैन नॉट अवॉइड सीमेंट. एंड स्टील इज़ डेफिनेटली यूज्ड. एल्युमिनियम एंड स्टील इज़ डेफिनेटली यूज्ड. एंड ये अगर हम इसको सब्सिट्यूट के तौर पे इस्तेमाल करते हैं तो ये दिस इज़ जस्ट अ पोर्शन. इट इज़ नॉट, दिस इज़ नॉट सीमेंट अल्टरनेट. ये अल्टरनेट नहीं है. इट हैज़ टू बी मिक्स्ड विथ सीमेंट सो दैट द क्वांटिटी ऑफ सीमेंट इज़ यूजलेस. दैट्स इट. अब ये मैं आखिर में एक चीज़ लगा रही हूँ कि हमारे पास अभी ये लॉन्च coming soon, मैंने PC का, hopefully I'm not offending any engineers here, but we are still launching green building and target here 20230, and this is from their website. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next up, I would like to invite our next speaker for the evening, Mohammad Riaz Beg. He is the president of ASHRAE NPC and on the Tech Advisory Committee of PHV ACR. Mr. Mohammad Riaz Beg is associated with FND and MEP consulting firm as senior engineer in Islamabad. He retired as lead HVAC engineer from Saudi Aramco. After serving over 33 years while carrying over 54 years of experience in the respective field, he has been involved in almost every field of built environment, HVAC, design, construction, controls, inspection, commissioning, testing, balancing, and operation and maintenance. Meeting the IAPEX motto for 2024 as Sustainable Futures, and as an MEP engineer, he would be sharing the role of building envelope in decarbonization. This presentation will delve into various components of building envelope and its effect on heating and cooling, loads of the buildings in various climatic zones of Pakistan. His talk is titled Improving Building Envelope to Achieve Energy Efficiency. It would be an honor to have him on stage. Thank you, sir. This is the slide changer. Is the next slide over? And if you could please keep
this is up, this is down.
This is back, this is next slide.
Oh, this is next slide. All right, okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. President IAP, Mr. Architect Zulfikar Ali, Chairman IAP, Mr. Architect Abdullah Khan, Convener IAPEX Fawad Sohail Abbasi, and organizing committee, future architects, students, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you very much for inviting me to address this auspicious forum. It's a great honor for MEP HVAC engineer to address the gathering of our nation reputable architects, the architects of our nation. And during earlier presentation by honorable presenters, you have listened to various aspects of architecture, materials, and sustainability. Yesterday I was listening on the Facebook. Great case studies were presented. However, as an MEP engineer, I will be focusing on improving building envelope to achieve energy efficiency, decarbonization, and sustainability. Some of this may have been already covered earlier, and I'm sorry for any duplication. Now, architects. One good thing about the architects is that they are very innovative. They talk differently than engineers. They work differently, they look differently. But whatever concept they bring in, it's we who put the life into it. Last night we had a ASHRAE DL presenter who presented to us net zero carbon design and performance. And I was surprised to see the slide showing the carbon dioxide equivalent of each and every material. And to architects, I would request to see those figures. The lady who just recently presented, now aluminum is the culprit when it comes to production. It's the highest CO2 equivalent as far as the aluminum is concerned. But again, it's recyclable. So let me proceed to my presentation. Role of building envelope in decarbonization. Beta ye move nahi ho raha, acha down, yeah. Sustainable future, the theme of this gathering. For built environment, to my perspective, energy efficiency and conservation are the important elements. Now, Pakistan, world 5th most populated country with a tropical climate where heating and cooling is required year-round, while at the same time we are energy hungry country. We are an energy dependent state. Therefore, energy efficiency and conservation is desperately needed to reduce the energy dependency and improve the carbon footprints of the built environment. Now, this presentation will review the various components of building envelope and its effect on heating and cooling loads. It will also recommend various design considerations while designing the whole building. And we will also shed light on the importance of integrated design. And that's what I would like architects to be with me. Now, carbon footprints, everybody knows about it, but one thing special I would like to highlight to the architects, that there are two types of carbon. Carbon footprint is a total amount of greenhouse gases, including carbon dioxide and methane, which are generated by our actions, both operational and embodied carbon. So these are the two things I want architects to pay attention, operational and embodied carbons. Now, carbon types, like I said, embodied carbon is CO2 being emitted during the construction of the building, which is extraction, production, and consumption of materials. Transportation, released by plant and machinery throughout the building process. So the carbon released during this process is called embodied carbon. And operational carbon is carbon released
during the ongoing operation of the building. That belongs to us. That includes lighting, power, heating, ventilation, air conditioning, and other infrastructure. Now, decarbonization. Decarbonization is a sort of buzzword for us, but however, we are going to get involved into this. Now, decarbonization is the reduction of carbon dioxide emission by using low carbon material, energy efficiency, power sources, and achieving a lower emission of greenhouse gases. Now, if you look at this one here, we need to, for energy efficiency, we need to have intelligent control, high performance windows and doors, well-insulated building envelope, natural light, and passive solar systems. Now, here is Pakistan's cooling action plan. And that's what nobody has highlighted, and I want you to look at this. Pakistan Cooling Action Plan is calling for a reduction of 13.8 million ton of CO2 cumulative to 2030, which is only 6 years away. Now, building envelope energy efficiency area. First is external loads, and then is the internal loads. Internal loads are human loads, plug loads, MEP design, equipment, lighting, installation, commissioning, O&M. So external loads mainly belongs to you as architects. Now, built environment disciplines. As all of us know, that there are 3 elements to this: architecture, structural, and MEP. So these are the 3 components of any built environment design. Now, no built environment is lively until MEP is done. Here are some of my concerns. Pakistan energy demands keep on increasing. In fact, in summer, it doubles up. And whenever we talk about the building energy efficiency and decarbonization, we think of plants, we think of ACs, we think of other equipment. However, we don't put emphasis on energy efficiency due to building envelope. Energy efficiency actually starts at your desktop. It's you who initiate, it's you who concept the project. Unfortunately, housing in Pakistan, building envelope is not well thought out at earliest stage. And for your information, the building sector consumes almost half of the energy, half of the electrical energy we produce. Now, MEP consultant, we design the living and sustainable systems, but we are bound to follow what you guys have conceptualized. Now, Pakistan and global warming. Pakistan's share in global warming is less than 1%. But we are suffering because of others' actions. And no matter what we do, even if we mitigate 1%, we are still going to suffer. Now, our nationally determined contribution, which is NDC, calls for 30% reduction in GHG emissions and 20% saving due to energy efficiency by 2030. Now, this is something very important for you to note. It's only 6 years away. To have a sustainable energy future, it's our national responsibility. Both, all the professionals in this field. Now, Ministry of Climate Change, GISE, NECA are responsible for overall climate actions and energy efficiency works. However, implementation is by us
is by you and us all together, professionals in the field. ASHRAE, Position Document on Building Decarbonization. This year's ASHRAE President's theme is Challenge Accepted, Tackling the Climate Crisis. If you look at this picture, this is our team standing with the President, and the gentleman is sitting right next here, who was in this picture. And the position document of ASHRAE is Optimize Building Envelope, Orientation, and Geometry to reduce energy use and maximize solar potential. This is what I've seen in COP28. Now, if you look at this figure here, built environment release 42% of total global CO2 emissions. Now, this figure, somebody's saying 39, 38, so it's approximate. This was presented by Architecture 2030 in COP28 in UAE. Now, energy efficiency starts with codes, then followed by laws, and then implementation by the field engineers. So NECA ECBC 2023 has replaced 2011 codes. And I am very sorry to say I have seen in the field even 2011 was not implemented. So 2023 is there also. I was part of that. Now, PEC has also drafted Pakistan Green Building Construction Code, which is almost complete. It's a copy of International Code Council and ASHRAE 189. Now, IG, BCC, and ICC and ASHRAE are the basis of these codes. Pakistan needs strong implementation and enforcement of these codes. Now, who is going to implement? It's us who is going to implement. Public awareness and participation is a must. Now, look at this beautiful building. What makes this building livable and energy efficient and sustainable? What? It's MEP work, which starts with building envelope. Now, most important component in energy conservation, which starts at architect's desktop. And it's a low-hanging fruit. It's you who can design such a building envelope which eventually will conserve and save energy. Now, to our estimation, when we do the load calculation, we think that the building envelope contributes to around 35% of primary energy if not taken care. So look how big is the figure. Now, conventional building. We have seen some, old building restoration and this and that. So all these things were there in the conventional construction, to make the buildings livable. High ceiling, roshandan, jaliyan, this and that, But with more and more urbanization, now, this is what the building envelope calls for. First is the climate, insulation, fenestration, in and out filtration, air barrier, orientation, facade, landscaping, surroundings, shading, cladding, wind direction. All this needs to be considered by architect, and I'm sure you are doing it. Now, in this presentation, because of the time, I'm only going to be talking about the insulation and the fenestration, because these are the two most important factors. First, the climatic condition. You know that the Pakistan has a tropical climate, and it has severe hot weather, severe cold weather, and the mean weather. So this map shows the areas. So the design of the building must conform with the respective city's climate data. Now, climate data, unfortunately, Pakistan Meteorological Department do not have what needed to be there. And if you ask them, they will ask you money to give you any particular data. However, ASHRAE has on their website and their handbook all the required data for Pakistan cities. And I have some additional cities data with me, so if anybody needs any particular city data, most welcome to contact me. Now, climate zones, unfortunately, in Pakistan has not been established like the one we have in US and other countries. Insulation plays a very important role. Everybody knows about it. And if we apply the insulation, it will pay you back. I built my own house in 1999, and it's a fully insulated, and I have been enjoying what I did in 1999. Now, U-value. People have been talking about the U-value. Here's a little bit more understanding for our future architects who are sitting in the back seats. It's the measurement of heat transfer, which is 1 over the resistance of the insulating material. And it changes with the climate zones. The severe cold weather will need a different U-value comparing with a hotter climate. Now, the lower the U-value is the better. Metric units is watt per square meter Kelvin, and the imperial unit is BTU per hour per square foot. Now, here are some practical examples. You look at this wall, it's a typical 9-inch wall in our houses. And if you look at the U-value, it is 0.33 BTU per hour per square foot. And if you look at the standard, and the standard is here, it calls for 0.1 BTU per hour per square foot. So if you look at this, that's how inefficient our walls are. Now, if we put insulation, let's see what happens. If we put insulation, it's 1.5 inch insulation in between, and look at the U-value. The U-value has gone down from 0.33 to 0.095, which is very close to the standard which is calling for. So see, 1.5-inch insulation, how much big difference it makes. So here is another example. It's a 13-inch wall with 1.5-inch insulation. And it boils down to 0.088. So again, it is very close to the standard which is calling for. So these are the important factors. These are the important factors you need to monitor. And this is the insulation board which is usually being used. Another very important thing is architectural glazing. Glass is the major contribution. One of the biggest energy sink, and the thermal load depends upon the thickness, tinting, glazing, framing, low emissivity glass. I was visiting a stall, and unfortunately in Pakistan, e-glass is not being manufactured. Now, fenestration values for windows. I want you to please pay attention, very close attention to this. Look at the window here, 1.18. This is the type of window we are using. These are single pane aluminum windows with a U value of 1.18, while the standard call for 0.44. Now, if you look at the upper window, double glazing, 0.45. And then you keep on going into better windows and look at the top, 0.17. So double glazing, triple glazing, emissivity glass, so these are the things must be considered. Now, other envelope factors, shading, awnings, surface to volume ratio, landscaping, cool roof, facade,
orientation, natural ventilation, passive cooling. Now, I had the description of all these, but because of time, I'm not going to go into that. Now, an outstanding model. This is my daughter's house in USA, just an example. It's a 5,000 square foot house, 3-story, but it's equipped with only 3-ton AC units. Why? Because better climatic condition, best insulation, triple glazed windows, and wooden construction. Now, construction trends. I want your attention to this particular slide. Pakistan, multi-stories building, homes, all brick, block, and concrete. Time-consuming, thermal storage, energy inefficient. While look at what worldwide is happening. It's mostly structural steel, prefabricated wall panels, insulation and interior finish boards, better sound absorption, and building structure member can be altered very easily if you change the office layout, and energy and sound efficient. So I don't know, architects, why can't we go into different construction techniques like the rest of the world is doing? Why are we stuck with concrete structures only? Now, integrated design. Another thing, an MIP, an MEP wish list. An MEP engineer thinks that there should be a holistic approach to design, bringing together specialism usually considered separately in Pakistan. Now, that is MEP, structure, architects, life and safety, and other professionals. Requires ongoing intersection with various teams. It's generally, I'm sorry if you are following it, but generally it is not being followed in our building industry, because the owner project requirements are not clear. These are real estate developers. They don't know what's going to happen. So the real estate developer needs to be educated, because you are the first contact. The real estate developers will contact the architects first. Now, here is my conclusion. We are in desperate need of energy efficiency and decarbonization. With better envelope, around 30% thermal load can be reduced. Can I have the attention, please? Public awareness, real estate developers, architects, MEP consultant, local government, federal government, all have to play a role in decarbonization. Green Building Code, ECBC, Building Energy Code to be implemented and followed. Use less carbon intensive material, and think about the net zero buildings in near future. More LEED certified and green building should be considered. Build low-income housing for sustainable living. Government discos to provide incentive for improving envelope. In Gulf state, if your house is not insulated, you cannot get electrical connection. Here are some of my recommendations. Convince, educate the real estate developers. On what? Get MEP consultant on board at the onset of the project, because this is where the project starts. Benchmark energy footprints. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, there is no established energy benchmarks. Now, very soon, you are going to embark on the energy audit and carbon dollars and this and that. Sell ideas on LCCA and not finished cost, life cycle cost analysis, and not the first-hand cost. Now, there is another term, life cycle carbon analysis. consider different construction techniques, evaluate both steel and concrete construction. Lean and green building material need to be used. So when you're talking about the materials, do look at their carbon equivalent, like it was highlighted by the lady earlier. Now, authority having jurisdiction should see if the minimum envelope requirements are met. Now, who is authority here? CDA. So I don't know how they are going to do it, but it has to be implemented by one way or other. Capacity building is required. Capacity building of all, CDA, us, you, students, university, wherever, you know. And IAP should hold joint session with MEP consultant. That's my wishful thinking. We are part in this journey to decarbonization, energy future, sustainability. So let's have some joint discussions. What are the problems we are facing and what are the problems you're facing? So that's about it. Thank you very much. If there's any question, you're most welcome. I'm here to answer. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next up, we will move on to our next note, which is from architect Mina Hasman. Mina Hasman leads SOM sustainability and well-being daily operations and long-term vision. She has experienced a wide variety of projects in the UK, Europe, the Middle East, and Asia, bringing a greater understanding of the implications for sustainable design in different climatic, social, and regulatory contexts. As a recognized expert in her field, Mina has been elected to and is actively involved in the UK Green Building Council's Board of Trustees, Royal Institute of British Architects Council, and Practice and Policies Royal Policies Board Committee, UNEP Global Alliance for Building and Construction, COP Task Force, Commonwealth Association of Architects as Chair of Practice, UK Construction Industries Council's Climate Change Committee as Deputy Chair, and many more. Mina regularly contributes to the wider climate change, sustainability, well-being debate in her role as a tutor at various academic institutions, including the Bartlett, UCL, the Architectural Association, and Manchester School of Architecture, among others, as well as a regularly invited speaker at many international events. Developed in her leadership, the Transdisciplinary Climate Framework Initiative is transforming the global built environment sector and academia by uniting all actors to collaborate and build collective capacity for effective and long-lasting climate action. Her speech is titled Driving Sustainable Design, a Global Vision for Climate Action and Well-Being, and Mina will join us via Zoom.
Thank you for that kind introduction. I hope everyone can hear me well, and I'm just sharing my screen, see my slides well as well. Can you see my slides and can you hear me well?
Yes, it's visible.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for inviting me today to talk to you about my recently published book, which I want to dedicate this presentation to. It is called the RIBA Climate Guide, and it's really an honor to be here to present the first book in the world that contextualizes the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals within the built environment landscape, and that addresses core competencies that every built environment actor should be equipped with in order to effectively address the multitude of challenges we're facing today. But before I can provide you with an overview to the RIBA Climate Guide, I would like to briefly introduce myself and then contextualize this material by talking about the holistic set of topics that are defined under the climate framework, which the book is structured around. And I'm going to echo a lot of the suggestions that previous speakers have given about collaboration and cross-pollination across various disciplines. So I'm an architect and environmental engineer. In my day job, as you've heard, the sustainability director at the global design practice of Skidmore, Owings and Merrill. And to nurture my passion and scale my impact, also wearing multiple hats in various industry-wide and academic organizations, some of which you see here. The main reason for it is because I believe it's essential to come together, to act as a collective, to accelerate the solutions we can offer for the built environment to address climate change. I also have been privileged enough to be recognized as one of the 100 most influential climate leaders in the world by the Time magazine in their latest issue, which humbles me to this date. I would like to, as I mentioned before, I would like to start by providing you with an overview to the Climate Framework Initiative, which I have been leading over the last few years, because it's this initiative that has started it all. It's this initiative that has defined the core topics of the RIBA's mandatory competence requirements on climate literacy, and then has led to the creation of the RIBA Climate Guide, the book that I will be talking about today. And this is an international and transdisciplinary and a voluntary effort to ensure that the both direct and indirect impacts of our decisions within the built environment sector are consciously acknowledged and addressed against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. In order to achieve this, the initiative is really addressing breaking down the industry's existing silos by cross-pollinating experiences and expertise across a global built environment community in order to establish a common ground, and define a common language, which I believe we so need around climate change. The second aim of this initiative is to really align the expectations and create a thread of knowledge, weave through from the industry to academia and vice versa, in order to ensure continuity and consistency in the way knowledge is built, disseminated and built upon throughout different stages of a built environment actor's life. And in this journey, it's essential to bring generations together. And this is what exactly we're doing with this initiative, by sharing knowledge and experiences and encouraging a much greater unity between the built environment sector and academia. The aim eventually is to upskill and reskill and to build our industry's collective capacity for climate action in every part of its value chain. In this way, we're able to close feedback loops by bringing in the know-hows of practice into the next generation of built environment professionals' core education, and also by leveraging the best academic research, we're able to help inform progress and deliver innovation the construction sector continuously needs, especially at this moment in time where we need to accelerate the solutions for climate change. So how does the climate framework structure and taxonomy, which is the first output of the Climate Framework Initiative, looks like? The framework contextualizes the UN SDGs within the built environment landscape, and it specifically focuses on the goals that can be directly impacted by the work we do across the sector. It's organized around 6 main overarching themes, which are presented here in colors. And these themes, as well as their sub-themes, provide a granular sort of understanding of various topics, and also try to cover all disciplines, if possible, across the sector, from interior design to architecture to engineering of any kind to urban and city and regional planning, as well as others. And the topics also try to address different scales, from individual buildings to cities as well as regions, because it's really important to cover all spectrum of the built environment sector. And we acknowledge that there is a need for a holistic and interdisciplinary approach that needs to be embedded into the sector much more rigorously now than ever before. And therefore, this initiative took 2 years, more than actually 2 years, in formulating its set of topics and defining its language. And in this process, we went through a global consultation where over 900 individuals provided valuable input, which has also led to the tremendous support we have received to the Climate Framework Initiative to date, with more than 130 international organizations. And throughout these years, the RIBA became the first professional institute in the world to adopt the climate framework structure and informed what they call their climate literacy mandatory competence requirements, which are depicted here on the knowledge schedule that they have created. Our aim is that all the professional institutes and all the academic organizations utilize the climate framework structure as a starting point to help build their academic curricula and/or training programs. And commissioned by the RIBA Publishing, the RIBA Climate Guide was consequently created to provide guidance on these holistic topics to all built environment professionals around the world, as well as to those teaching in academia. And it's important to note that this book, even though it has been created by the RIBA Publishing, is intended for all professionals whose key decision impact the built environment, not just for architects or those practicing in the UK, but for everyone around the world, including designers, engineers, policymakers, regulators, and so forth. The main reason for it is because when we contextualize the climate emergency within the built environment landscape and aim to create a harmony between people and the planet, we realize there is a profound need for a systemic change across all segments of the built environment supply and value chains. And in this systemic change must occur at all scales and in all places around the world. Considering this, the RIBA Climate Guide ambitions to bring all of this together, the essential knowledge in one place, because it acknowledges all of these different scales and brings together various priority area topics, emphasizing their interlinkages between each other and highlighting their impacts against the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. The guide's aim is therefore has been to really provide a commonplace. I cannot iterate this enough, a single source. Even though there's plethora of information out there, there isn't one place where all of this knowledge is gathered in a succinct manner. And the guide is really trying to do this. At a very high level, it's not at an expert level, though experts may also enjoy reading this book, but it's important to also simplify this very complex technical language in a way that everyone can relate to. And through its direct alignment with the climate framework's taxonomy and the simple language the book uses, it also aims to offer a consistent way of communicating across the built environment sector. So that when I say, for example, as an architect, let's say, I say net zero carbon, I mean the same thing as someone else who's an architect or engineer or urban planning that says net zero carbon. Additionally, the book also tries to highlight the relationships that exist between different but interrelated topics under the vast umbrella of climate change, so that when we're creating a net zero carbon building, for example, we're not neglecting the well-being of the occupants. We're not neglecting taking care of the local ecology and promoting biodiversity. And it's important to understand these interlinkages to avoid any unintended consequences. And structured around the climate framework's taxonomy and the overarching topics that you see here, specifically looking at these 6 themes to create these 6 main chapters, the RIBA Climate Guide consists of 2 introductory chapters where the global and the built environment context are well defined as a starting point. And they are well defined against some of the most renowned international research, policies, commitments, and projects that relate to climate change. And a full-page illustration throughout the book is provided in various subchapters with a number legend that depicts some of the core strategies that built environment professionals can consider in their day-to-day work. In addition to that, there is a dedicated case study that brings some of the heavily referenced theoretical and research-based knowledge of the book into the built environment context by sharing key information and data on implemented real-life projects. There were over 100 case studies that I had looked through quite a significant amount of months to really identify which case studies to include in this project. And I looked at different scales in varied contexts and geographic locations. But only 30 were selected to be included in this book in this first edition because those 30 were the only ones that had reliable published information. As more data becomes available in built environment projects, we hope to include a growing diversity of case studies from many parts around the world, hopefully from Pakistan as well, in the book's future editions. And if any of you know of a great case study that I can consider for the next editions of the book, please feel free to contact me. I will greatly appreciate it. The case studies that are currently presented in the RIBA Climate Guide showcase examples from built environment projects across 26 countries in the world, with supporting reference information from North Africa, Middle East, Central Asia, and India, which are the regions that do not currently have any built environment case studies featured in the book due to lack of published data. It was really important also for me to acknowledge and reference the wonderful work many other subject matter experts and various organizations have done on the topics that are covered within the RIBA Climate Guide. So this book is essentially bringing all of this expert level knowledge, as I mentioned before, in a succinct and hopefully with a simple language in a succinct manner in this one place. And the book therefore has 21 pages of references, rendering it to be the most heavily referenced book published by the RIBA Publishing to date. And the guide also includes 46 pages of freely accessible online glossary, which I have written all myself, again, bringing together information from various resources. And in this glossary, there are over 460 key concepts and definitions that are discussed within the book that relate to climate change and also the built environment in general. To conclude, I would like to say thank you to everyone who's listening today, and I hope you will find this book a valuable resource and that it can provide you with the necessary guidance you may seek to inform and influence your day-to-day work, whether you are in academia or industry, or whether you are studying or training. And I will be more than happy to help answer any questions you may have. Thank you so much for your kind invitation.
Does anyone have any questions? In that case, we'll move on to our final speaker for the evening, Architect Myra Khan. Architect Myra Khan, Vice President, Institute of Architects, Pakistan, Executive Director, Commonwealth Association of Architects, 2019 to 2024. She's a distinguished architect with a strong focus on sustainable development. Her leadership roles as the Vice President of IAP have shown her commitment to advancing the field globally. In addition to her organizational contributions, Myra serves as an assistant professor at ComSats, imparting her knowledge and passion for architecture to the next generation. If we could please have you up on stage. Her talk is titled Multifaceted Career Underscores. Sorry. If we could have her on stage, please. Thank you. Please give her a huge round of applause.
Thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I would like to welcome President, Institute of Architects, Pakistan, and I would like to congratulate the convener IPEX, Fawad Swelabasi, convener forum session, Mehreen, co-convener, Ravida, and of course, last but not the least, the chair, IAP, RIC chapter, Mr. Abdullah, for hosting this wonderful event and organizing a wonderful event. A huge round of applause for the organizing committee, whoever was involved in this. This was a spectacular event, and I think a huge round of applause. I don't think that we have given justice to the effort that was put in. So, my topic is, there was a declaration which was signed at the culmination of IPEX 2022 Lahore chapter. And I just wanted to take that forward because our theme for the forum session was sustainable practices. And I think the main focus of that, the theme of IPEX 2022 was also towards a new urban agenda. And we can take it forward just to share the highlights of what the IPEX 2022 towards the new urban agenda was. The main focus was to bring forth the issues of rapid, unchecked, and unregulated urbanization and resulting problem associated with it. The theme towards the new urban agenda was the most natural way to follow. Hence, keeping in view the natural phenomena taking place due to climate change, it is imperative that we take note of the following in our policies at all levels. Rapid urbanization requires effectively plan for sustainable physical development that will ensure improved land governance, integrated urban planning, require infrastructure development, emphasizing urban areas are key contribution to rising greenhouse emissions, and the cities that are places where many of the solutions to climate change are realized. Highlighting the potential role of technology and use of data in enhancing the quality of new urban agenda and provision of municipal services, particularly with regard to urban transport and mobility, water resources management, and municipal finance area of extreme importance. Recognizing the city government access to finances is crucial, supporting their ability to undertake effective urban planning and enhance climate-related actions. The signatories supported city municipalities, other urban authorities to mobilize resources to develop comprehensive, scalable programs to address key challenges of the sustainable urbanization, build climate resilience to reduce risk and vulnerability, encourage cities to create enabling environment that support local economic development, job creation, and attract investment, encourage sharing of knowledge sharing, experience through dialogue, increase opportunities for capacity building, for professional training in urban development, including town and regional planning, promoting the vernacular architecture of the flood-affected areas and how to modify, make it natural disaster resilient. Together with this, it also recognized and respect nature, its flow, water paths, natural drains, springs, rivers, lakes, and the forest. Recognizing the urgent need to minimize atmospheric carbon dioxide and work towards a net zero future in line with Pakistan's nationally determined declaration. This declaration was signed by President UIA, President IEP, which is Institute of Engineers Pakistan, President, Commonwealth Association of Architects, Peter Oben, Mr. Farouk, who is the President, Institute of Planners, and also the Institute of Architects President at that time, Saad Mahmood Khan. So I would like to request the building authorities, IAP, IEP, Commonwealth Association of Architects, UIA, to take it forward and make this world a better place for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Architect Myra. It's been a wonderful evening so far. That concludes our speeches. I would like to thank all the speakers who participated, the community, all of our guests. For the distribution of mementos and certificates, I would like to call upon Architect Abdullah Khan, Architect Fawad Sohail Abbasi, Architect Zulfikar Ali, Architect Mehreen, and Architect Ravida. Please give them a round of applause. No one's clapping. Sorry? First, could we please have Architect Dabir Hemani come on stage? Next, okay. Architect Haris Waheed and Ufaq Shahid. Can we have Mr. Mohammad Riaz Beg come on stage?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for entertaining last minute question. I have two brief questions, but I like to tell you where I'm coming from. I'm a native of Rawalpindi, and UET Lahore graduate 68. And for last 6 years, I have been based in Toronto and taught at 3 universities, engineering and University of Montreal business. My question is, because I'm an engineer, and you know, in our days we used to look at architects as dealing with form, while we dealt with size and materials. And I see today the discussion about sustainability was mostly dealt with engineering subjects. You know, as is in the West, you know, LEED and everything. Whereas we would have liked to see the discussion based on form, you know, about. When I was doing research in the 1980s and teaching comparison of the Western and Asian fabrication techniques, we found that in Asia, they try to eliminate the problem, while in the West, they need to solve the problem. And therefore, we would have liked you to, rather than solve the problem, eliminate the problem of like MEP, all that. An example would be, for example, F.R. Khan's change of the Sears Tower from 2 to 1. So he basically solved the problem of height by changing the form. And so the question basically is there a green or sustainable form? And of course, the starting question is yes. It's a form that does not lead to the problems that we want to solve. And I think that I would like for you architects to look at that. And if you like, I'll certainly in your next meeting, I'll be able to come and certainly show you. Second thing is about materials. You know, about sustainable materials. I saw discussion about concrete, about steel and all that, but the most sustainable material which is being used in Russia and China is basalt, which is 4 times lighter than steel and 4 times stronger than steel, doesn't rust, and it has a very low footprint. And I don't see any discussion of that here. There's a professor in NED, Professor Danima, she has done some research, but she hasn't continued. She did some research in Malaysia. So I'm surprised that you are next to China and Russia, and there's no discussion of sustainable reform. Like, for example, Zaha Hadid has done a lot of work which is being implemented in China, and no discussion here whatsoever, and neither about these sustainable materials like basalt here in Pakistan.
Sir, next time when there's a call for papers, I would encourage you to apply. And that is how we choose our speakers. There is a process for calling speakers. They submit their papers. We check their papers. Then their papers are selected. Once their papers are selected, we call them to talk at this esteemed forum, sir. That is how we do it. You contribute to us. That is how we grow. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next, if Dabir, architect Dabir Hemani can come to stage. Yeah. Next, architect Haris Waheed and Ufaq Shahid. Next, if Miss Roberta Vecchi can please come up to the stage. I think she's not here. Next, architect Wajahat Ali. Please come to stage. Next, architect Afshan Jamshed. Architect Myra Khan. Thank you so much, everyone, for showing your enthusiasm for the IAPEX 2024 forum and contributing. Sir, Aina, no? Okay. Thank you, everybody. That's all for today.